No, don't close. I just meant to pause. How does... What? Okay, there we go. I was trying to pause the thing because I just loaded in. But yeah, I should be live now and everything, hopefully. So we're gonna be playing some more Terraria tonight. I wasn't gonna stream, as I mentioned in like a little test stream. I did to make sure the audio was good. Um, Tonight, just because July 4th, I didn't want to have a bunch of fireworks going off in the background, but I haven't heard any, so there shouldn't be any background noise like that. Haven't heard any go off. There was some last night, so maybe everyone that wanted to do did it last night. Um, Sunday and all that, the weekend. Got the classic Terraria music going. Um, so yeah, I had to make sure that the audio was good there because I can't remember if I turned down Cuphead or turned up Cuphead or if I messed with the stream settings, but it looks like I just messed with Cuphead. So yeah, in the last one, we were quite unlucky and ran into the Eye of Cthulhu slightly unintentionally, as I had already summoned an Eye of Cthulhu. So we ended up having to fight two Eye of Cthulhus at the same time, which did not end well. So today is the rematch. That's why I gave that the little notification title for the stream. So yeah, it's been a while since the last Terraria thing. It's been a while since I've done a lot of other things. I've been doing a lot of Terraria, but I've also played the entirety of the Cuphead DLC outside of like the mini games. Because I couldn't figure out how the night would work, but I know how it works now. I just don't feel like doing it. Because I'm just gonna unlock like additional things, and they're not too difficult. Like once you get past the night, it's just like a bunch of parry mini games. I already did all the bosses, including the secret boss, so I felt like there's no reason to just go and do it. Like the Queen is really easy. I did co-op with a friend. We did all the mini bosses outside of the night. Or no, we did do the night as well with that. And it was just really easy. So I didn't really feel like doing it on stream because it would just be like a stream where it's like maybe an hour and a half of me just doing that. Those little mini games, and then that would be it. Like I wouldn't test out the guns or anything. It would really be a reason for me to. I did get the cursed charm to. Oh, there goes my bottle cap lid thing. But yeah, I did get the cursed charm into the divine. I thought that said that it's raining slimes. I was about to be a bit excited, but it is not. Unfortunately, it is just Ralph, the merchant. Or maybe fortunately, pretty much all of the NPCs died last time too. Oh yeah, I was going to explore the surface today, because I can probably progress further than I have ever been with the stats that I currently have. I don't have any anymore. Maybe I go get the Vile Thorn? I can try. The Demolitionist died in the Eye of Cthulhu fight, so I lost like everything I had there, as far as the NPCs are concerned. It was a 1 in 3 chance for the Eye of Cthulhu to spawn that night, as far as I'm aware, so it was really just bad RNG that ended up getting me killed, which, it's Terraria, RNG is a thing. It's usually not that big of a thing, but it is a thing. I'm guessing with Master Mode, RNG is much larger than in Hard Mode is. Oh, I wanted to check on my UI. Okay, I can set those to bars. I really like using bars instead of the normal images on Terraria, so I knew you could do that on PC. I wasn't sure if you could do that on console. It looks like you can. So weird aiming with the left stick. I'm gonna aim with the right one. It does work though. But yeah, we made it to about here, I think, and then ended up running into the corruption, which I ran away from because I only had 5 HP and no gold armor, but now I have the maximum amount of hearts, and by HP I meant hearts, but I have 20 hearts now, maximum mana. actually beyond maximum mana because I do have 2 um, mana bonuses from, or like 2 additional mana stars from some of my gear. Um, as well as, you know, full gold armor, everything. Like, I'm pretty stacked at the moment for exploring the overworld. Um, as long as we don't have hard mode jungle, which we don't because we're still pre-hard mode. Um, oh, guide's back. I didn't see their name. I've also been doing a lot of Skyrim VR. I'm like level 29 in Skyrim. It's the first time since the Switch version came out that I've gotten past like level 10 in Skyrim without starting another playthrough. So it's been quite interesting. I would stream Skyrim VR, but I'm not really sure how streaming VR works because I can't do chat or anything. So I would just have to like record it, and then it just wouldn't be as interesting for me. Because I'd rather stream something like that. Um, like, I rarely get chat messages on Twitch and stuff, outside of, like, bots, but, I still do like to see the ones that I have, even if I don't respond to them. I've been getting a bunch of YouTube messages, like today especially. I had, like, 3, um, which definitely isn't a lot for YouTube messages, obviously. There are channels with thousands and everything, but, I mean, I went about a month and only had 3 total, and then I've had like 10 in the past few days, which has been a bit. I haven't really responded to any, but I have seen all of them because I don't really respond too much. Man, that worm's not very nice in terms of the damage. We did make it through the corruption almost. We still are being attacked by the worm. Do not leave me alone. Will chase me to the ends of the earth like Spider-Man in Shocker. I still don't remember what those logs do. I think they spawn a fairy, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so we found the regular jungle, not the hard mode jungle, which is fine by me. It will be the hard mode jungle once I enter hard mode. But yeah, it might be, like, there's not really a reason to do this in a normal playthrough, but it might not be a bad idea to go ahead and make a tunnel before I fight the wall of flesh underneath the jungle, so that way I can get around the jungle a bit easier. Set up like some campfires and stuff, like it's a wall of flesh boss fight in the jungle. I should be able to climb this with this, maybe, hopefully. Okay, so made it through most of the hard parts. There we go. So, yeah, a bit of maneuverability there. Allow me to do that. Hoping the item spawn tonight because my HP is not well suited for it at the moment. I have to go talk to the nurse with this kind of HP. But yeah, setting up a tunnel will, as long as it's filled with grass seeds, allow hearts to spawn as well. You get the chlorophyte spawning in the tunnels. Get potential Plantera bulbs spawning in the tunnels. There's just a ton of reasons to actually do it, so I might do that like right before I fight Wall of Flesh. Just because it will make overall, like, the main purpose is just to get around the jungle easier and to not have to slug through hard mode whenever I finally am, like, getting stuff ready for the Plantera boss fight. Or even, technically, getting the golden hearts could be useful for the mech bosses, which are directly after Wall of Flesh. Yeah, I just want to see if we can get a read on where the dungeon might be. And if Eye of Cthulhu does not spawn tonight, then I might do a corruption raid and try to do pre-dryad corruption stuff with bots and try to get a better staff, because there is the best pre-hard mode staff available there, which is like the Vilethorn, I think is what it's called. Which is the staff I was talking about last stream that has piercing, which is really good for the at least the first phase of Eye of Cthulhu. We saw all of the phases, and the last one is pretty rough. I don't think the Vilethorn is necessarily the best thing there, but I do think it actually has some potential. I'm just not sure what the Vilethorn's range is, because it's been a while since I've used it. I probably have used it in the past, but I mostly play on Crimson World. I don't really play on Corruption too much. Crimson's a bit harder, but I usually play on it just because that's what RNG gives me. Like, I usually want RNG pick, but this time I decided to do Corruption. Because it's better for mages. And also it's better for OSD, that was the main reason. Because I don't usually run Mage. The first Terraria playthrough I did was Mage. But I mostly run melee. Like, I've done like 3 melee Terraria runs, 1 mage before this one, and then 1 range. I haven't done any of the like yo-yo class or anything like that. Summoner. Like, just strictly that build, at least. I've obviously used yo-yos in the past. I even used them. I think I used the Eye of Cthulhu yo-yo for Moonlord on my first Terraria playthrough I did on the stream. I could go get honey as well. That could be an interesting thing. Get honey and then do... Oh no, I don't have time for you. Yep, that's not good at all. I cannot handle goblins at the moment. I cannot go goblin mode as it currently stands. So hopefully those do not spawn and I just get Eye of Cthulhu spawning. Because that's all I can mentally process at the moment. I cannot do goblins with my current gear. I will just repeatedly die over and over again. It will not end well. Or, you know, could be that we had goblins and Eye of Cthulhu. We got Eye of Cthulhu and other things in the past. Referring to Eye of Cthulhu and Eye of Cthulhu, which I just called the twins in the YouTube video side of it, because I thought that it was pretty fitting, seeing as the twins basically just 2 giant eyes based on the Eye of Cthulhu, I'm pretty sure. I like looked at twins information just because I was kind of curious about what results would show up and everything on Google Images, and I saw the box art, and it reminded me that the twins were on the actual, like, original Terraria box art and everything, so I had completely forgotten about that box art and stuff, and I looked at the builds and all of that on it. It was kind of neat. A lot more detailed than these builds here. I also completely forgot, but I will be setting up the trophy room after I beat Eye of Cthulhu, because the bosses drop trophies. I'm not going to throw away these seeds, but they drop trophies when defeated on Master Mode that are different from the regular boss trophies. They're like a guaranteed drop, and they're really cool. So we'll have like a trophy hall where I display all the bosses that I beat and everything. But the current goal still is Eye of Cthulhu. Get some Demonite, some more Demonite, potentially get the Dryad, if the Eye of Cthulhu even spawns tonight. We have to wait a bit just to see. If it doesn't spawn, I'm just going to be going for lenses to try to get an Eye of Cthulhu spawn naturally or unnaturally. Belden, I would like to purchase some bombs, but your bombs are very expensive, I won't lie. However, they are worth it. for me. So 95 bombs should be enough. Should be much more than I actually need for what I want to do on that corruption, but never hurts to go overboard with cheap items. They're not necessarily cheap right now, but they're definitely not cheap in the long run. Or they definitely are cheap in the long run. They're not super expensive or anything. Um, so I have a swiftness potion. I think that might actually be better than just Iron Skin. Obviously, if I had Iron Skin and swiftness, I'd be in a much better position than I currently am. Do I have time to make... I didn't want to do this, but I need a spot where I can stand in water to make a potion. So let me go ahead and just make this small puddle of water. Okay, then try to grab some iron. I should have just gone ahead and done this. That's not where I keep the ores. The ores are in here, obviously. So just grab them all. Doesn't matter, I can put them back. Okay, and then we need to hurry. Okay, if it spawns. If it spawns, I'm just going to make it during the boss fight, honestly. What? I'm standing in water. Hello? Terraria? Is this not enough water? It's not enough water. Thought that's all I needed. I usually place more than that in my brewing areas, but in this time, because I just wanted to get a brewing area set up. If the Eye of Cthulhu spawns, I'll just warp back. I don't really care about running at the moment, but it looks like it's not actually spawning. The zombies are going to be quite annoying, I imagine. I can't just let them live. Because I died to natural spawn Eye of Cthulhu, I do have to wait until I beat it for it to never spawn again, which is the thing that sucks about the whole situation. Because I just wanted to get Eye of Cthulhu done. It's kind of like an optional boss, almost. Like, you don't technically have to beat Eye of Cthulhu. Okay, so it did spawn. Really unfortunate timing, honestly. I'm just gonna get the swiftness potion ready, but my HP is not nice for this. Where is it? It should be approaching. I drink the swiftness potion and everything. What? It despawned? Man, I have such bad luck with this Eye of Cthulhu. I had to get into my optimal position since it always gets into its optimal position. I can't believe it despawned. I figured it would just warp to me. Honestly, having that as a counter isn't the worst thing. This is a really bad position to be in. This zombie has to die now. Hurry, please. No, there's another. Oh, I'm out of mana? Well, this is awkward. Like here. There's a hole. Why does that hole exist? That's just a natural thing. The music is slightly different. Is it because it's thundering? Okay, this sucks. I might have to warp out. Luckily that zombie jumped over my head. Okay, I did not have to warp out, but I'm getting overrun. Is it like a zombie invasion music? What's happening with music? Is it just thunderstorm? I think it might just be a thunderstorm. Okay, made it out of there actually unscathed almost. Or maybe we were even just unscathed. But this movement speed buff is really nice. What I wanted to do. I just want to grab water. Fighting all of the hordes of zombies just for a bucket of water. Oh, got the double hit. That hill's gonna be rough, isn't it? Oh, this entire situation has just gone extremely downhill. Ironically enough. Oof, yeah. Had to get hit there. Okay, we have reached the water. We have acquired a bucket of water. This is huge. I did not take knockback there for some reason. It might be because my speed just counteracted the knockback. No lenses. Have to get 6. I thought it was 5, but it's actually 6 lenses. To get the Eye of Cthulhu summon item. I'm just gonna walk back because, or honestly, I have 28 of them, and I get more constantly. Why not splurge a little bit? Okay, this 2 buckets of water is enough to make bottled water. And with bottled water, I can make the Iron Skin version. If I go to an alchemy table, which I don't even have. I thought I had already converted this to an alchemy lab. I think that was a firework. I think they might be popping right now. What am I missing? Day bloom, iron ore. I'm just missing where it is, actually. You know, yeah, that's just fireworks. I decided to pop them. 20 minutes into the stream rather than the past, like, 4 hours that it's been dark outside. Dark enough, I guess. It's still a summer, so it doesn't get dark super early here or anything, but, yeah, they just had to wait. That's not... I guess I could say it's not a game. But yeah, it's just fireworks. I'm guessing that was just the start as well, so probably gonna get a lot more. Yesterday there were fireworks pretty close, because they did one nearby, so definitely would have been a lot more noticeable. I don't even know if you were able to hear that in the background. I'm assuming you weren't, but my microphone's actually not that sensitive. So, like, background noises. For, like, how cheap this headset was, I'm surprised at the audio quality. Like, this audio quality for my microphone on this headset is significantly better than the past ones. I'm definitely probably just gonna buy, like, another version of this headset whenever this one breaks, if it does. I'm assuming it will, because all my previous ones have. But this was like a $20 headset. And this is... the zombies are kind of unbearable tonight. I'm just here for some demonized zombies. I don't really care for you. Oh, there's one. Oh, yep, it's starting up again. Maybe. Those are 2 pretty small ones. We won't be getting fireworks from the villagers, but we should be getting some lanterns. I don't know if the party girl sells fireworks or not. I don't think they do. Getting so many stars. 2 fallen stars right on top of each other. I'm at 38. Also, there is a gun that shoots stars. That's why it says ammo on the item description. And then I've crafted stuff in the past using stars, including mana stars, which is just 5 stars. So yeah, we did not make it to the end of the world. However, that is not the goal for right now. The current goal is to go into the corruption and to blow some stuff up. So that will be fireworks, I guess. Although it's not in celebration of defeating the boss. Yeah. Celebrating early. Don't I have the boots? I don't have Hermes boots, or do I just not have them on? I thought I had Hermes boots. I guess not. Like, why isn't... I've been wondering why the running animation hadn't started this entire time. I might be mixing up Terraria playthroughs. 3 vultures. I remember when taking on 1 vulture was enough to kill me, and now killed 3 at once. So, the way that I'm going to do this is rather than do any digging at all, I'm just going to blow stuff up. Because it's more fun. Okay, so first bomb goes there. Ish, it kind of bounces around. It's kind of not that easy to control. The explosion is a lot smaller than I was expecting, but it's not the end of the world. Just gotta deal with some Eater of Worlds before I can progress. Man, or Eater of Souls, actually, not Eater of Worlds. There. Okay, dealt with those. Now some more have spawned. Please. They do so much damage. Oh my god. I have to throw another one. Get out of the way. Stop. They're so fast. You don't interrupt them. We're getting close to the point where I can just jump into the hole and put a roof over my head so that way I don't have to deal with these things and only have to deal with the worm that's going to one-shot me in the hole, but we'll deal with that when it comes to it. Okay. I guess that's the nice part about the Crimson is that there's nothing that goes through walls. Why did I buff? Oh, because I was renewing. Yeah, that makes sense. And by buff, I drank a potion. I was... why do I have those there? I had just taken out all of the Eater of Souls and was about to do another bomb. And I don't have Hermes boots, so this is gonna be another long walk through the desert. This entire world is just a desert. Not bad for potion making, but kinda boring. Okay, you are very nice. Come on, Willy, why are you here? I had just left, Willie. You better have something good. Ultrabright torches aren't bad. And then a chef uniform. His chicken is raw. Wonder who that could be referring to. Red cape, ultrabright torches. I'll buy ultrabright torches. Just because I like them. Oh, my inventory is full. I'll have to deal with that when I get into the hole, because honestly, can't really mess with it at the moment. Oh, we might get the Undertaker, which is a gun, so could get the arms dealer in, buy a minigun, and then I shred the Eye of Cthulhu, even though I want to stick to pure mage, so that's not going to work at all. I want to be as pure of mage as possible, but setting a restriction on myself on my first Master Mode playthrough will make it harder than it already is. I mean, Mage is a pretty strong build by itself, but it does not have too many things early game that I can mess with, unless I want to wait on a meteorite. Which I might have to for Wall of Flesh, but I don't have to for Eye of Cthulhu. Like, what I'm doing right now is pretty optional. I have the gear needed to defeat Eye of Cthulhu already. I don't have any buffs, though, but is 8 defense really going to make that big of a difference between this showing and the last one? Because I can menu the nurse, I think. I messed up on it last time because I kept getting stuck on a chair that was in a room. But now I just go in there and break the chair and then I won't get stuck. I guess I have to get off of that cursor, so maybe I switch to torch placing mode and then try to get my cursor as close to her as possible before being on torch placing mode while the Eye of Cthulhu is eating me at the same time. Quarrel with you, Eater of Souls. Why do you have quarrel with me? Almost night already. Okay, there's no avoiding. Yeah, I'm stuck in the hole now. Luckily, I can move up this hole. Should be able to, unless one spawns at a place where I can instantly get into my hole, and then a slime comes at the same time, but luckily the slime is at low HP, so it should be no problem as long as I can hit it. Okay, it actually had enough HP to survive one hit. That was not critical, but of course it would. Nope. Okay, so now I just do a bit of that. Let us cover the hole. Okay, I forgot that I had this, so I can just... God, why did you do that? The controls are so ridiculous sometimes with the auto buffing. I was like in a menu and it did all of that. Is this kind of the hard way of doing this? Yeah, but at the same time, it's not too bad. I have Featherfall. Actually, Featherfall here is kind of nice. This hole isn't even deep enough for what I need. This has gone terribly. It's like the worst case scenario in every way. Now I'm stuck. It's almost nighttime. The entire day has passed by. There's 50 Eater of Souls. Luckily I didn't use up like all the bombs. Now this is the hole. You know what? You only live once. If we have a Featherfall potion, we're gonna use it to its fullest potential. Now this is the Demon Altar room. And that is what I've been looking for. Please, Eye of Cthulhu, if you spawn, I swear. If you spawn before I reach this. Why are you standing next to the bomb? Okay, luckily they can only spawn on my left for now. Unless they're a worm. In which case they can spawn anywhere they want. I think one of the buffs went away. That looked really weird. And that is how you reach one of these early. A musket is acquired. Looks like there's another one directly underneath this pool of water that has managed to spawn 2 jellyfish in the time that I've been away. Not another one. I just dealt with your friend. The microspacing. Where did that bomb go? Oh, I think I see where it went. That's actually a really good spot. What the heck? There's 2 right next to each other. I might even just summon a few of the boss just to get them out of the way. That way you can keep on going through. So we got a musket. I guess that's what you get instead of whatever weapon I said before. On Corruption Worlds. That was just barely not deep enough, unfortunately. There's no really easy way to place this to get over there, because it's all just going to bounce that way. Have to make a thing to hold the bomb. And it still bounced out, are you joking? Okay, that's enough. Ah, dropped it. That's what I need. That's the actual thing that I need, but I had a full inventory. It's just a regular Vile Thorn, but it's enough. Okay, I need to place a bomb here. Can I do it? It's impossible. It's never been done, and it cannot be. Why did I place one above my head? Okay, we actually did it. The impossible is possible. We picked up a Vile Thorn. That is going to be much better than our current item, I think. 22 versus 10 damage, but it's 10 damage like that. Now we no longer have to face our opponents to fight. We can be cowardly and hide behind walls, if we so desire. Unless the enemy can go through walls like all of the bosses that I'm going to have to be facing, but you know, that just happens. I thought it was going to say the Eye of Cthulhu spawned. Actually, not too bad of timing. I should be able to run through the desert to face you. But now I have to go look for day blooms because my potions are gone. Oh no, a danger. See, this is where true mage damage comes from. We do have the potential for a meteorite to fall now. And if one of those falls before I fight Eye of Cthulhu, then we're definitely set to fight Eye of Cthulhu. That's Eye of Cthulhu, easy mode. Darnell the Arms Dealer has arrived. He arrived early and even came with his chains. That sucks. This is the worst situation to ever exist. You can even do some double action with Vile Thorn and the staff. I feel an evil presence watching me. It actually said it for once. This is crazy. I got 3 minutes. 3 minutes is all I got. If you're gonna approach me, then you better do it. Okay, Heather, please heal me. Thank you. Cost 54 cents. Heather, you better be prepared. I got 20 seconds to fight you, actually, not 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever. There's no way it lasts, though. I can't believe it actually said that it was gonna spawn this time. It hasn't said that the entire time. Oh, I thought it spawned. But it was just the wind. Okay, I'm ready. It's a full moon tonight, so the zoologist has turned into a wolf. That's a sentence. So, I don't know if this actually will freeze the Eye of Cthulhu, but we can see. It does not, but it does hurt the Eye of Cthulhu quite a lot, which is exactly what I wanted. Okay, my dodging is not great. I obviously don't have a proper arena set up or anything like that. All I got is the Vile Thorn. I got no armor. I'm in constant pain. No HP. All my NPCs are gonna die. Thank you for dropping hearts. You actually do drop hearts whenever I use the staff. This is so incredibly rare. Oh, why am I using this wrong weapon? Not the demolitionist. I somehow had switch weapons. I don't remember hitting that button. Switch weapons. It cost me a bit of damage. Got 26 more seconds of these buffs. Once it's in melee mode, this is gonna get a lot easier. Even though that's supposed to be harder, but it's actually easier for a mage. Or any ranged weapon user. My damage output is not sufficient for this fight, I don't think, though. Fortunately for me, because I have to do so much dodging. And as you can see, it's not that effective dodging either. It's just dodging with desperation. That's probably how I got to the staff, was I just did the staff because I'm not used to having a Vile Thorn. If the Eye of Cthulhu does not fall this attempt, then we have to buff. Okay, this is where it gets really easy, except for the fact that it spawned a bunch of eyes at the start this time. There's nothing I can do, it spawned inside of me. Nurse, 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 please, heal me. Thank you, nurse. I menued that. I actually menued it. That's right, the ground isn't enough to save you from me. No, not this. Nurse, nurse, nurse. Heal me. Thank you. Nurse, heal. Thank you. What? I got stuck on a chair. I don't care that all my NPCs are dying as long as the nurse lives. What the heck, man? It's just gone goblin. No, don't talk to me. I don't care. Zombie! No, no, I'm out of mana. I'm out of mana. This is actual worst case scenario. Okay. Nurse, just heal me. Please, thank you. It does so much damage. No! Nurse, heal. Thank you. I think I was at like 1 HP when I healed. If not, I was close. Oh my god. Zombies keep spawning! God. This stupid attack, man. I keep running out of mana. Yeah, I just don't have mana for this. I just gotta stay in menu and talk to the freaking nurse until my mana regens. Actual pay-to-win strats. Oh my god, I'm getting stuck on furniture so much. He's out of control. Yeah, I just don't have any more mana. Oh my god, it opened the door. No, I'm gonna die. Clutch. Clutch. Actual clutch. No, nurse. Nurse, you are so bad. It dropped mana. Oh, this is huge. I just don't have the mana, man. I can't. Man, this is so unfortunate. It's in psycho mode. I can't move. God. This is so unlucky. Why does the buffs work like this, dude? It's so dumb. If I didn't quick buff, I would have had buffs and I could have done it. But then I got stuck on furniture. She kept letting zombies in. I didn't have any mana. Like, I have to use guns. You can't do mage, man. I don't know. Like, this doesn't even use that much mana. I just didn't have any. Use 10 mana, use 5? I mean, it uses a bit. I have 240 mana, though. My god, it's so frustrating. It's so unbelievably frustrating that happened in that way. All because I menued, and whenever I did, it just used all my buffs. Like, I couldn't control it. It just did it on its own. I don't know. It's so annoying. Now I have to find a bunch of Davelins, so that way I can actually get buffs, and then maybe I have a chance, but I'll probably just continuously run out of mana and have to keep menuing the nurse. Like, I don't know what the solution is. Because, like, I have the best gear I can get at the moment. The only thing else I could do is to just reset my charms until I get all plus 20 mana, but it's all just RNG. Like, I don't have a Goblin Tinkerer to do that with. So I don't really know what my option is. Wait for Meteorite? I'm just gonna have to keep dealing with the Eye of Cthulhu. Like, it's going to spawn every night. There's nothing I can do to prevent that. I have the best armor available to me. I have the best gear realistically available to me. Like, I guess I need an arena with a nurse station. Like, I just have to set that up already. I was not expecting to set that up until, like, right before Eye of Cthulhu, or Eat Our Worlds. But I might just have to do that. Because, I mean, I'm getting stuck on furniture so much. And just, like, it trapped me at the door, as you saw there, at the end. And then I was able to go to the nurse. But mana is such a huge issue, and I don't know how to make mana potions. I don't even think I can. Let me look this up. I'm pretty sure you have to have a mana potion from the dungeon. Occasionally a drop from crates. Don't really want to do a fishing stream, but I might have to do a fishing stream. Literally to fight the first boss, like that's so annoying. I didn't think that Eye of Cthulhu was going to be this bad, but I mean, he literally goes sicko mode at the last second. Like, he had like 100 HP left. All I had to do was cast one more spell, but I literally just did not have mana. Because the Vilethorn uses so much. Which is not really a lot, but for having no way of restoring mana, it is a bit, even though I have 240 mana, which is a lot for right now. Because I got lucky with some of my items, it's still just not enough. I just don't know what to do. All I can really do is just look for Daybloons. I guess I haven't seen any on this side and it's sandstorming, so I might as well go this way. Because it's just gonna be hell to go through that way. It freaking sucks that I'm 2-0, or 0-2, I guess, for Eye of Cthulhu. I'm just gonna have to buy the mini shark, I think, which obviously it's like super expensive. It's actually cheaper than normal because those are the only two NPCs alive and they both like each other, so their happiness is up, but for right now, I'm currently at 0 gold and I need 29, which is possible, it's just very unlikely. And also, I don't want to do too much fishing before I find the angler. That way I can at least do them as angler quest or whatever if I'm going to be fishing. I forgot that these were listed. But luckily it looks like the Vilethorn makes quick work of them. The Vilethorn is going to be a huge thing for exploring around, I guess, because it pierces walls, but I don't know, that's still so incredibly frustrating. I was not expecting to be stun locked on Eye of Cthulhu. I do think that the Iron Skin Potion will make a difference. I just have to find a Daybloom, which is like going to be nearly impossible. I might have to make another world and then go get a Daybloom on it, because I mean, those were balloons in game, so it's windy. I don't think wind has much of an effect on me. This is going to be ice biome. So I'm going to get chilled in the water. You know, while I'm thinking of them, I think a few of these. Oh, there was a Daybloom right there. I didn't even see. I did get 3 Daybloom seeds. I'm definitely going to plant those somewhat close to the house. I can't place them right next to the house because I'm going to be doing a lot of boss fights there and I might knock them over by accident. And my inventory management is the best in all of Terraria. I did kind of get ripped off by the fact I didn't get any modifier on the Vile Thorn. You see, the thing about the meteorite that I'm interested in and why I wouldn't mind on waiting for one to spawn before fighting Eye of Cthulhu, but I mean, I'm probably going to be fighting Eye of Cthulhu every night until I beat it, so that's why it's going to be such a pain. But I won't have to worry about mana because the space gun that the meteorite gives in the space suit. If you're wearing the space suit and using the space gun, then you don't use any mana. So as long as I get a good modifier on the space gun, I can output a very good amount of damage. It does not go through walls, which is where the Vile Thorn comes in. I'm going to have to be switching between the Vile Thorn and the space gun quite a lot, but it does have a lot of range. The Vile Thorn is really good for Phase 1, but the space gun will probably be significantly better for Phase 2. Also, I did not think that the little eyes that the Eye of Cthulhu summons were going to be as big of an issue as they prove themselves to be on that attempt. But yeah, I'm going to do one more attempt arena list, and then if this attempt does not work out, I will be making an arena for the Eye of Cthulhu, which I never thought I would have to do, but I usually just do a rooftop fight like what I've been doing, but it's getting a bit ridiculous. Plus with the zombies spawning. Usually I thought that zombies wouldn't spawn at the same time as you're fighting a boss, but the one that did also spawned on the right side instead of the left, which I prefer to fight that way. It is a lot easier. There's no, like, holes or anything that way, which was also another thing that was a pretty big issue for that fight. So I could even just set up a wall. I don't know. Really? Like, I don't think I necessarily did anything bad there, it's just I didn't have any buffs. So that's why I'm trying to search for a Daybloom, which I just ran past one. So that's all the Dayblooms done. How do I make... I don't know, I'm just gonna look this up. So, what is a Swiftish potion require? Does it require a Daybloom? Blinkroot Cactus. Blinkroot Cactus. I can get Cactus. I should already have some, actually. But 93% of my world is a desert, so Cactus is not too uncommon. And I should already have a Blinkroot as well. If I have my other chests correctly set up. Well, at least we got more Dayblooms, in case this doesn't work out. I do have Hermes boots. Why am I not using these? I even have Arcane. Oh, God. Why don't I have these on? What do these do? Slide down walls for that one. Okay, so well, let's put these away. I have so much stuff. I didn't see any Blinkroot or a Cactus. But I do have a Swiftness potion. Okay, so now I just have to hope that I don't accidentally trigger it and don't hit any buttons while I'm using the sticks, pretty much. Because that's what lightning. The control settings say that my quick buff see, fight. Quick buff is L plus R down. Like that to be my quick buff. So I kind of want to test it, but let me just place a chest on the ground so I can test this. Some amazing organization here with these chests. Okay, I forgot that my roof is like that on there. Let me place it on this roof. Yeah, as long as I have these claws, I don't need the other ones. You never know when that might come in handy. Okay, so that's correctly set. Now to make the potions. Regen, 2 iron skin, and a swiftness. Be what I use. Did run out of my good healing potions. So what to do in the meantime now? Kind of done the goals, so I think I will maybe expand the houses a bit. I don't know, because I mean, having the houses as they were, it's better movement. Oh my god, I just realized that I did that. Okay. There goes the swiftness, which is whatever. It's... I can't believe... I thought that aim was something else, but it's exactly what I do every single time. I'm so good at this game. So incredibly frustrated by that. This entire session has just been unbelievably cursed. So how do I... What is it this? Toggle aim mode? No, I want it to be L down. What is this? It's an auto dig? I can't move. Aim only, aim and use, aim only, aim and use. This is so bad. I would like to be able to walk. There we go. Now walk. So how do I... There's aim, toggle aim mode, aim and use, aim only, use aim only. What is this called? I want to change the cursor, but I don't know what it's called. That's fine. ARP. This is so cursed. There's so many options. And you can only use like a gamepad. I don't understand why the controller or why this is like this. Movement secondary. I don't even know what that would mean. Maybe I set this too? No. Yes, that's not it. Lock on? No, it's not lock on. Aim secondary? Why is it like this? Toggle smart cursor. I think that's it. Okay, there we go. Just have to go through the mental gymnastics of changing controls on Terraria console. I should be in... Oh my god, I put the campfire at the worst possible spot. I hit the quick buff button again. That is going to be a huge issue, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. I should just go ahead and change that because I know what the buttons are. I don't know why I changed one of the most common buttons I use to be something that I rarely want to press. It was a not bright idea. Okay, so toggle smart cursor, and then quick buff. I'm gonna set this to the left stick. So if I click in on the left stick button thing, I swear if the Eye of Cthulhu does not spawn tonight, I am ending the stream. Like, I'm just done at that point if it doesn't spawn tonight. Because it spawned the past 2 nights, it's a 1 in 3 chance of it spawning every night that you have more than 5 hearts. I'm pretty sure is how it works. Or it might be more than 10, but I'm at 20. You just can't see it because it's in bar mode, which I prefer. But yeah, like, I swear if it does not spawn, I'm gonna be so tilted. I don't know why I didn't set doors to go in between the floors here. Would be nice if I didn't set them here, but the nurse lives in the middle room anyway. Yeah, if I fail Eye of Cthulhu again, I'm building a big arena. As big as I can in between the days. Let me go ahead and do some wood chopping to get ready for that. I probably should get rid of that roof thing for now because it's just going to get in the way now that I'm thinking about it, because I can't just double jump to the roof, which I mean I couldn't before, but now it's just a big pain. Evil presence, I'm aware that you are watching. Just gotta wait on the evil presence to spawn. Hopefully. Don't know why it doesn't just say it as soon as the night starts, but you'll have to wait. Look at how big of a difference this movement is. Okay. Showtime. Everything is set up. All NPCs are alive. We have the buffs still active somewhat. We should have most of the buffs active for most of the fight, and then I can rebuff as needed as long as I remember the button, which is just to click in L. pausing during the fight will possibly be used to look at my controls if I need to, but quick heal would also be a nice button. Honestly, the best way to do quick heal is just to have good inventory management. Like that. So we'll have Iron Skin regen, Campfire regen, Ring regen, Mana regen, Heart Lantern regen, Swiftness, Water Walking, a bit of Night Vision, just to make sure that we can see everything that we need to see, I guess. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You can see I'll just walk straight on the water. Oh, he has arrived. Back and ready for some action. So going to be starting off with the Vile Thorn for that nice piercing damage to get through all of the eyes as quickly as possible. And it is actually dropping quite a lot of hearts. And also quite a lot of mana. Actually, I can't use Circuitry to get some hearts at the moment because I don't have the mechanic, but whenever that is a thing, I will definitely be using it for boss fights. But I do have a heart statue. Was lucky enough to get one of those. Unfortunately, we did not get the Fallen Stars damage eye. And how fast my HP is regenerating. Doesn't look that fast at all, to be fair, but compared to normal Terraria, that is very fast. Also, I have completely run out of mana. 2 stars will fix that right up. I'm pretty sure I'd run out when I said that. Look at this, I'm not even low on HP. Gonna go ahead and do a quick rebuff. Okay, I can't rebuff until it's over. Maybe in panic mode while I'm rebuffing. Hopefully not. Is the nurse dead? If the nurse is dead, this attempt is dead. Already. I don't think they are, but I don't see them. Where are they? They fell? Oh no. Somehow a new worst case scenario has appeared. You might just have to run away. See if that can put the nurse back in their home. But yeah, things are bad. Things are really, really bad. Okay, that did actually work. Okay, go ahead and quick buff me. Get heal in as well. Let's do some big boy damage, shall we? How good is this realistically for dodging? By this I mean the Terra Spark boots. And not Terra Spark because they're just regular boots. Definitely don't have Terra Spark boots yet. There is quite a lot of mana over there. I'm actually gonna go take some of that. But first, quick word from the nurse. Thank you, nurse. Words of encouragement. Okay, just grab 1 star. 1 star. No. Push me out of the way, he knew what I was doing. Okay, can I grab a single mana star? Okay, I did grab a single one. There's so much mana over there, I shouldn't have to worry about mana for this fight, actually. Okay, we've run quite far away from the nurse. I thought you had less HP than you did. And you didn't. We actually also completely ran out of mana because this thing fires way too quickly. No! Hey, nurse, I understand. Thank you for your words of encouragement once again. We got stuck. We can't actually do damage now. I have Intertel. Please! Oh my god! I am so clutch. I was actually at 42 left. Okay, now the only thing I'm worried about is time, because I can no longer hit the boss. That's partially because I have no mana, but also partially because of other reasons. As you can see, it moves at the speed of light now. Is that one? No, Heather, please. It's like actually at 1 HP. We did it! Just barely. Just barely managed to defeat the Eye of Cthulhu as it moved at the speed of light through the ground and completely destroyed all of my mana, but we do have the trophy, which I'll just place here for now. It's obviously going to give us the Shield of Cthulhu, which is a very good item. We now have a dodge. It's not an invincible dodge, but it is very fast, and it does offer the fact that it is another movement option. The main issue is that my current gear is a bit too stacked. Yeah, because the Shackle is really good. And I have the plus 4% damage. It actually doesn't affect anything. Maybe it's not as good as I thought. At least not anything right now. It will be good later. It probably affects crit damage. But I mean, that doesn't make too much of a difference. So now I think I build a trophy room, make room for the Dryad, and then try to set up an array. So now I can actually get started on the house again. I wonder why the reach limit on Terraria PC is not the reach limit on Terraria Switch. Oh no, it is. I just was a bit confused. Yeah, that's 3. I thought it was doing 5 earlier. I actually did 3 down there too. Yeah, I'm just confused. It is a rainbow rarity item. It's not called a trophy, it's called a relic, but this is not the trophy room. I'll make a temporary one that looks pretty good, and then I'll make one whenever I have actual items to play around with. I'll make it look a lot better. Yeah, this dash here is going to be really nice for the next boss especially, as being able to dash out of the way of the worm's path will be really good. 26 defense, is that? Yeah, that is including Iron Skin. So that was, or this is my gear, if you want to see what I use. You also saw the buffs that I had. Had swiftness for the first little bit of the fight, but where it really mattered, I did not have it, as I had accidentally used the potion because I decided to hotkey it onto a key that I had already used for another thing, and then when I went to do the other thing, it used all of the potions. Also, I don't know why I'm carrying the staff whenever it is completely irrelevant. Not this one, but my other staff, the ruby one. That is better, technically, but because of the modifiers I got on it, it is actually worse than my current staff. Like, this is supposed to be this staff, but upgraded, but as you can see, it's pretty much a total downgrade. Outside of attack speed. The average attack speed, average knockback, slow speed, and average knockback. This one's going to be attacking a lot faster, and also using a lot more mana than this one. I had to switch to this one during the fight a bit, because it does a lot more damage whenever it actually lands in the Vile Thorn, I think, because the boss is moving so quickly, but it was a lot harder to aim, and I ended up missing a lot. So then I swapped back to the Vile Thorn, which caused me to have to wait another couple of seconds for the mana regen, but it also allowed me to... Also, I think you can grow... I'm kind of get sidetracked here, but I think you can grow Dablins underground, so I'm going to set up a flower farm on this side, so that way I can grow some Dablins. And other important items. Right now I'm just going to focus on the Dablin section though. Yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah, as far as weapons go, like, I don't think it's the end of the world to have to be using the staff, or the staffs that I'm using, even though they're not effective, but pretty much the goal right now is to wait on meteorites, because they're going to be giving me a significantly better item and weapon stuff than what I currently have. I'm not sure where I'm going to make the trophy room. I don't know if I should make it above ground or below ground. Making it below ground just makes it where I don't have to build a roof. Another traveling merchant has spawned. I'm also going to have to do something about this inventory management, as it's actually really getting on my nerves. I have to pick up so many useless items just to pick up chests a lot of the time, so... Celestial Magnet is really good, especially for my build, but I am broke. DPS meter might be what I get. Hard hairpin. I already have the sunglasses. Yeah, I'm gonna get a DPS meter for sure because that's part of the cell phone, so... I can actually test the Vile Thorn versus the staff as well with this. So do I mirror torches or do I make new things? Because this entire structure is going to be different on this side. I guess I can mirror torches. That would also help me figure out how long this wall is. Let's 5 torches distant, so that's the last one there. Well, really, that's the last one. Why did I mine the torch? On the wall. The Dryad is here. I didn't actually set up rooms for the NPCs. I'm gonna have to do that too. I'm getting distracted by getting other things taken care of that are slightly more important, because NPCs can come whenever they want, and it won't really affect me, but I do need to take care of this situation now-ish. So I think it's time that I actually properly build some stuff. So this is now going to be more of a building stream, especially because I have to build the arena, but the first order of business is to set up important facilities like flower growing room, making the chest room better. As you can see, I'm currently out of Daybloom seeds, so can't really do more than those 3, but I will keep these in this chest. Expanding the storage room to have more categories is going to be the next thing after I expand up here, because I do want to go ahead and get these. So, Dylan the Guide, you were Alelia? I think would be how you say that. So you give me grass seeds and blink root planter boxes, which will actually be pretty good items later. Magically moves dirt. The prices are a bit high at the moment because everyone is living in the same house, which I won't really be messing with until I think after I defeat Eater of Worlds, which is the next boss that I'll be fighting. It's either them or King Slime if I run into them. I don't plan on fighting the bee yet. It wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea, and I'm getting all sorts of buffs that I completely forgot that I could have used and actually would have greatly improved my success, because the food buffs are kind of like universal buffs. They give small buffs to a variety of stats. 34 DPS? Yeah, that's actually probably going to be better than the Emerald Staff. The Emerald Staff pretty much does 22 DPS with the slow speed. Yeah, 22 to 24, whatever it's going to end up being. So yeah, we're 1 and 2 on Eye of Cthulhu. In terms of actual attempts, I'm not counting that attempt where I teleported away and it ended up kicking me out of the fight. The Dryad sells grass seeds, correct? Let me just go ahead and take care of this, because it's going to bother me if I don't. I'm not usually one for organization, but when I play games like Terraria or Minecraft, I have to be organized. It's actually been a bit more of a recent development as well, but those are jungle grass seeds, not regular grass seeds. Yeah, 4 Dayblooms, they will be growing. Let me actually look up really quickly if Dayblooms have sunlight. Daybloom Terraria. Daybloom is a type of herb that appears as a small yellow flower with a straight stem. It grows naturally on grass and can be collected from virtually any weapon or tool. Daybloom can be planted in clay pots and planter boxes using daybloom seeds or gathered by defeating angry dandelions. Daybloom's usually grow during the day. If the yellow sunflower head is visible, the daybloom is blooming and ready to be harvested. If you cut during the day, 1 to 3 daybloom seeds and 1 daybloom will drop. Can be obtained from the herb bag. And make a garland. I didn't even know that was the thing. It's just a vanity item, though. I figured that much, to be fair. There's hanging pots. A floret protector helmet. And of a flower hat, pretty much, is all it is. To Ginger Chain potion with the Daybloom Heart Reach potions. Has a different recipe on the 3DS. I'm trying to see if anything. It's the only herb that can be chopped by enemies. So yeah, nothing about it having to grow in the sunlight. So. Also, there's one article I want to see really quickly. Okay, it was a Marvel Avengers thing. I still keep up with that game a bit, even though I've stopped playing it. Pretty much. They just released a new character. I haven't even tried it because I haven't been on since the last stream. But it's just like a copy of Thor, being the Jane Foster Thor. So I'm going to be waiting for the next character, which I saw in the article. They said it was a new character and pretty much confirmed that it wouldn't be a character that is similar to another character that existed, due to the tweet that the person was responding to, so there's some hope for that game. Not much, but some. So, accessory chests. I'm just gonna have to take care of the chest before I do anything else. I'll expand it out to here. Do this a bit smarter. Night is a bit of a special night for the town as well, so I do want to stay in the area. Because yeah, the last time I played Terraria on stream was 1.3, so there's a new thing with the whole town mechanic itself, but also on specifically after you've defeated a boss. I believe only for the first time. Or no, I think it depends on if you... or like how many bosses you defeat, because I don't think if... I think you can defeat like 3 or 4 bosses maybe, and it'll celebrate each night in town, but if you do more than that, like I don't know if it will, because they do it like every single night that you've defeated a boss. So if you defeat multiple bosses in one night, it'll take over multiple days. So I don't know if you can do it where if you summon like a bunch of Eye of Cthulhu's late game and then just like one-shot them all, if it'll just be celebrating every single night for the rest of time, pretty much, depending on how many you summon. Enjoying the bath, Heather? You did carry me through the Eye of Cthulhu fight, so you deserve it. Throw away this cobblestone. I hang on to so many items because it's limited world size, so I'm like, I don't know if I'll need this, I don't want to farm it if I don't have to, and all this kind of stuff, but yeah, that would definitely be one for the tiles chest. I do see that iron ore there, and I honestly don't care because I have like 16 pieces of iron ore, so if I need some more, I'll get some more. I know where to find some, at least. Also, how did I do this with the torch? Are you guys not gonna do it? Ah, there it goes. So yeah, just get some lanterns. I think some NPCs might sell stuff during it, I'm not entirely sure. Oh, you can get mana potions from... I didn't realize you could buy mana potions from the shop. I seem very dumb now. And am, to be fair. I don't know what hay does. I think it might just be used for decorations. Also, the door sounds are going to get a bit annoying for a bit. And the NPCs repeatedly opening and closing doors because they're not on the correct floors. They're trying to pathfind to their rooms, and they can't. Yeah, close enough. I don't think that the Dryad is supposed to be on that floor, but I could be wrong. We're missing the Die Trader and the Demolitionist, so those two will spawn whenever I start working on that, which I'm going to do now because I don't have the inventory space for it actually, so I'm not going to do it now. I do want there to be some town, but it's going to affect prices quite a bit and also just like world accessibility if I don't properly optimize. Like, I really like having all of the NPCs in houses, like, next to each other and stuff. Like, they can be pretty close to each other, but if they're not in the right biome, then it's a waste, it's suboptimal, you have money that you're losing, you can't teleport there using the pylons, you just lose out on a bunch of stuff. Which, honestly, with Hermes boots finally equipped, it doesn't necessarily matter until... Like, the only one that really matters is the jungle pylon, to be honest. Like, the jungle and forest pylons, being able to teleport to the jungle whenever you want and back. But yeah, also just the ends of the world with the beach and whatever biome is closest on the other side of the world that's not the beach. Going to be pretty good as well. So I did get a bunch of Demonite ore from Eye of Cthulhu, but I already had enough for what I need, pretty much, so that's why I said that the Eye of Cthulhu was optional. Oh, the guide was actually the one I'm looking for. Interesting. I thought it would be the Dryad, since the guide usually appears before the Dryad. And honestly, I like the idea of having this be in the center rather than having to go through opposite sides, so I'm going to put doors there as well. I just keep getting distracted by wanting to work on the house and then remembering that I have a bunch of inventory issues that need to be solved before I could do anything. Okay, so potions. Let's go ahead and just remove all the potions out of my inventory that I don't need. I'm probably going to make a potions chest, so this is like a temporary spot to put them. I'm also going to put potion crafting material in here because I think it's a thing. How did you even get here? How did that zombie spawn, like, there? Where my cursor is? Don't really know. You know what? Why don't we start now with a potion? And accessory. I don't care if it's misspelled. I think it might be. Or no, I spelled it right. Right? Yeah. Access. Yep. Just to keep being plural. There's not really an others. I'm also going to put accessory crafting material in these as well. I want to keep the DPS meter on me. Yeah, I can't just put it on the cell phone thing. I thought that might be a console exclusive thing to free up inventory space, but it's not. I put all of the accessories in the potions chest. Well, what if I put potions and potion crafting materials in the accessory chest to make up for it? And then decided not to do that and just did regular stuff. I'm also going to put the corruption seeds in there, despite the fact that there's not a corruption plant. Where did I put the potions? Put them in the top of other? No. Yes. It was not the other chest that I looked in. I have so many fallen stars. I always pick up fallen stars even if I don't need them. Don't know why, it's just every time I see one I always go for it. I'll just leave that there for now. I'm not going to be using the bow again. I mean, fallen stars are useful for arenas, but I have enough fallen stars already. So, tools, I put that in tools, despite it being a weapon. Should go more in the weapons chest. I'm going to put explosives in the weapons chest because, in a way, they are weapons. I don't really need these bombs anymore because I have the Dryad and that makes things a lot easier. $18 damage. I guess it also causes burn damage. It's 99 torches for that though. Anyway, accessory chest. I have no reason to keep weapons on me that I'm not going to use. I'm going to put the boomerang away. Now that I'm thinking about it. So tiles. This is like tiles slash just anything that can be placed on the ground. And then my other is just anything that doesn't fit into any of the other categories. And I also put chests in here. Despite the fact that they could be under tiles. Jagged step stool. These are Goblin seeds that I have had. I did not realize that I had until now. I'll worry about background walls later because it's going to be a bit of a pain to do it with that. Why did I put bombs in the non-weapon chest? Enemy drops. Other. I was like the other within the other. I'm realizing now. It's a cool, like, upside down triangle. So I'm just gonna put the chest in the bottom corner here. Potions and plants. Don't have any water leaf seeds. Can I place this down to get a seed? I cannot. Maybe I can craft a seed. I'll have to get ice blocks to grow the Shiverthorn. I don't have any on me right now though. Sorting by color and type. there. Okay. And I'm gonna put these off to the side because they are technically not potions, but they do the same thing. And then I'm going to put... Oh, I didn't even realize I could make the Celestial Shackles if I had more money. That's such a missed opportunity from the Traveling Merchant because they had the Celestial Magnet. It's just I didn't have any money. So there wasn't really much I could do. Also, I didn't realize I had this many palms. Up until this point. And these are just straight plants, but they fit here a bit more than they fit in other. Okay, so for some more other stuff. I actually do want to keep lenses on me. Oh, that's a potion. Okay, I think that covers inventory management for now. I'll have to add more chests later to make that more symmetrical. How am I only supposed to harvest one? I'm realizing now. Does this destroy the other ones? It does. Well, just wait for them all to be grown is the solution. I probably won't be returning down there too much, so that shouldn't be too big of an issue. Do it like that. Make it look somewhat nice. I don't know where water leaves grow. Do they grow on regular grass, or would they only grow on... Oh, that's water leaf seeds. Wow. I think that means... Not that that means, but I think they only grow on jungle grass, if I had to guess. So, I can definitely do that in the plant growing section down here. It's basically just going to be... Like, the plant growing section will basically just be this. And then another row with a certain type of material. I did not mean to dash like that. I'm gonna have to get used to having this shield. I could even just unequip it while I'm building, to be fair. But I did answer my question about them growing underground. Because one grew. So. They don't need direct sunlight or anything. And get rid of that torch. That was there just because the lighting looked weird. So yeah, there'll be time to make this look nicer at a later time. Just leave the day bloom alone for now and just let the rest grow and then harvest, because not you're just gonna lose more day bloom seeds than you gain. So now for this second part of the house, or I guess third part of the house. Gonna be another 3 rooms. wants 3 tables, 6 chairs, and then the rest get converted to walls. 300 walls should be more than enough. And then I'm also going to need 4 doors. I just wanted to see what the name was, because I thought the name was familiar to me for the owner of the aviators, but it's not. Anyway, I did not mean to use that, but that saved me from having to go down to go make more doors. Well, that exposed a flaw in my design for this. Eugene, you're standing in the doorway. Oh, I guess you can do that. How did I get the walls right on that side, not this side? Eugene, how are you always standing in the doorway? I must have just barely been out of range to place this door. I want to fight more Eye of Cthulhu so I can get more decoration for the trophy room, but I can do that later. Like, I can do that with post Wall of Flesh gear and then just have a really easy fight. I somehow did not use the Cthulhu shield that entire time. You know, it's not the worst idea to do this. Even though I don't plan on expanding. Like, I plan on having NPC houses for the next batch of NPCs that are in the actual, like, optimal areas. Having roof access is important. Okay, close your inventory and then turn around. Having proper movement through these rooms actually isn't too important. Yeah, I'm still gonna be stuck on this one, where it actually does matter, but it also matters to be able to open the door. So yeah, with that, it should be enough areas for the rest of the pre-Eye of Cthulhu NPCs to move in. Or not Eye of Cthulhu, Wall of Flesh, I'm pretty sure. I'm actually just gonna remove this grave. I kind of wanted to keep the graves where they are, but it's also good to have a graveyard biome when necessary. I don't know what this is. Damaged Abigail's flower. I've had a summon item this entire time and I just didn't know what it was. Oh, I think that's from Don't Starve. That makes sense. Yeah, I had no idea that that was even a thing. I had a very terrible modifier as well, but summon is just free damage, so I can't really complain too much. There's another one right here, it looks like. Well, we instantly got an upgrade, and it was an upgrade in the complete opposite direction of the bad parts of the original flower. Um, Summoned items will have their own chest at a later time. I can add it actually right now because there's room. I didn't think there was room. I didn't want to dig out the wall anymore. Though all my deaths are streamed because I'm only playing this game on stream, so that way anytime I die it can be shown. Stuff. So I'm just gonna call this summons. I don't think this is the best modifier for... No, this actually might be the best modifier for a summon item. Also, sub-summoned items have modifiers that are different than others. Okay, 8 damage isn't bad. So, gravestone and an obelisk can go inside of the tile chest. I think with that I should have enough graves to make a graveyard biome at any point in time. So now it's time to work on the trophy room. We weren't expecting much for this design, but I did think about it beforehand. So this will also be like my base, I guess. Because I think it'd be cool to have a house, despite the fact that the player doesn't really need a house in Terraria. They can just exist, I guess. They don't even need the... I was gonna say they could just live with the NPCs, but they don't even need that. It would be a lot more convenient for me if I had a workbench in my house. That way I could just make walls whenever, but I'm not going to be making them just yet. I think we actually flex and have iron doors as well. Getting really fancy now. I think I can only make one. We have an iron door, I guess. I'm gonna move this closer to my house because you can actually make decoration items with it. I didn't think about this much beforehand, but I did think about some things. Like, I don't know what decorations I'm gonna have, I just know a general idea of what it's going to look like. Like the actual structure itself. Fireplace. You know what? I could actually make this look somewhat decent and have a fireplace. And chimney. Do you need, like... Can you place, like, multiple chimneys on top of each other? I think you can. That's how that works. Okay, so... these have to move. They need to place chimney down. In my chimney, I meant the fireplace, and then put the chimney down on top of it. What kind of... Okay, Ghost is kind of in the way. Abigail, I think is its name. Oh! I think I see how this works. You can place it wherever above that. It just has to have a spot. So go for mixed wood and stone. I just like that look in general. Like, that's what I do for a lot of my early Minecraft houses. And then it converts to stone in the trophy area. This is just like the lounge entrance area. Because spawn is like on the opposite side of the townhouse from this. And it makes sense for this part to have a wooden door. And then I do even something like this to just go ahead and differentiate between the two styles. I was gonna say my house is a no bunny zone, kill it, but then Abigail took care of it. Let me make sure that her name is Abigail and then it will stick. It's just called Abigail's Flower. I'm pretty sure it would be Abigail then. The single iron door. There will be an iron door on the other side. And then I might even just copy like this room, but just have a different interior on the other side. Yeah, this is like the lounge. Maybe my bedroom is on the other side, and that's where spawn will be. Because whenever you place a bed, it changes the spawn. I also need to figure out how to make a loom, because I don't know if I can make one or if I have to buy one. The die trader should be able to move back in. Do I have to have a die in my inventory for that to happen? I figured they could just respawn. But just in case, I'm going to be buying an or not buying, I'm going to be holding an explosive as well. I don't know how to just take one, to be honest. Pick up, split is that. Okay, so I split. I threw it in the freaking garden. No, it blew up all my day blooms. Ah, that sucks. Why is the control scheme so bad? I was actually gonna make that look nice at a later point, but now I have to repair it too. But now I'm fully out of Daybloom seeds as well, which is actually really bad. Because Iron Skin and Regen are pretty big mage items. Since you gotta take any defense you can get as a mage. And then Regen's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, I can fill in the hole at least somewhat. It doesn't look terrible. Man, that sucks so much I did that. I just wanted one bomb in my inventory too, which there's not even a need for. I can hold more, it'll take up the same amount of space. Ah, that sucks. Where did I put the die? Or the die trader? Do I not even have it anymore? That would be really funny. Let's summon. Yeah, it seems like I don't have the die anymore. Well, that's slightly unfortunate. No more die trader. Will be sorely missed. It's a very important NPC. It's actually the most important NPC. Oh, I didn't think you were that good. Because you are... You're like pre-Eye of Cthulhu summon. And you're actually easy to get. As far as I'm aware, you just have to have a grave in your world. Maybe she spawns when you die, so you can just spam die. So if you're in hardcore mode, then you just don't get access to her. But, yeah, actually seems like really easy to get. Is there any other type of wall we can make that's not the wall that I made? It's the blacksmith that will look good. Let me get out the sawmill. Mixed wood types? Oh, that's true. I could get boreal wood to further differentiate my house. Oh, there's the loom. So yeah, that's more furniture options. So maybe I make like a studio room or like building, and then that's where I place these type of crafting items. And then I can make a restaurant for like the keg. And other ones that cook food. Dresser, I think, does actually hold stuff. There's a lot of interesting items I can make from those things. And then helmet rack too is interesting. Okay, so you're not that great, but you're not terrible. You're not nearly as bad as I was thinking you would be. Because yeah, you're just like a Vile Thorn that doesn't cost me any mana, pretty much. It actually does more damage than my Vile Thorn because I did not get a modifier on it. I was gonna say I didn't get a good one, which is technically true because I didn't get one. But having one is not the worst option. Okay, so there's a dye item. I didn't even realize that was there. Until I didn't think of it as a dye item. I realized it was there, but like, it just didn't connect until now. Okay, so walls. Stop getting distracted and focus on the goal. Item frame, weapon rack. Wood beams. Maybe I go back to Terraria wiki and look at walls. Again, walls, Terraria. Background walls. Safe walls and unsafe walls. Well, maybe placing safe ones because that's the only ones that are placeable. There's an enemy attacking me while I'm trying to Terraria wiki. Oh man, the Vile Thorn plus that is actually really good damage for enemies that are not immune to knockback. Okay, so let me go back to walls. Can I have like a list of walls? Okay, there's a list of walls. Oh my god, the Goblin Army? Approaching from this side. You better be ready, Abigail. We're gonna be in for something. There's decent items. I think these spawn now because I broke the orb. It could also be because I defeated a boss. I think it is just because if you break an orb, they can spawn. But I had seen a goblin scout. I did not kill it because I think killing it actually is it to happen. But they will arrive soon. I should put my money away. That's actually good thinking me. At least the silver and gold need to be put into something. I'm in single player, so I don't have to buy a piggy bank for that, even though a piggy bank is kind of like an inner chest. I have the perfect strategy to not have to deal with them. Now that I'm thinking about it. So yeah, I should actually be able to deal with them quite easily. I completely forgot that the Vile Thorn is overpowered for this. The nurse will die. That is the sacrifice I am willing to make. If they spawn on the roof, that means I can get mana back. Yeah, the Vile Thorn just makes this free. The only thing you have to worry about are the mages, and even then you can just Vile Thorn them later. You can just Vile Thorn their projectiles, and they are very small spawn chance. So this should just be free money. And free spiky bolts, which do have some use, especially in the upcoming boss. its DPS. It's instead of hitting multiple enemies. How is a zoologist just chilling at max HP? I thought she was sitting in the chair attacking, but she's not. I'm gonna say that's actually... that would be like one of the most Giga Chat things I've seen an NPC do, is just sit in the chair as they're being attacked by a massive goblin army. And she's like taking them out too. It's not like she's almost dead or anything. Here, Abigail, you cover that side of me, and then I cover this side of me. Okay, I was actually able to hit that one. Hope you guys aren't planning on stealing my money, because you won't get very far. The zoologist is just a money farm now. It's the first time that NPC has ever had actual use for me. She's actually body. Not a single one has even touched her. They killed the nurse and the dryad. But the dryad one kind of sucks because that would have given me a buff. But at the same time, like, I don't even have to put the dirt block on the right door that I have. Because the zoologist just has it. Thank you, Abigail, for covering for me there. Hey, where are you going? Stop. You have violated the law, Goblin Warrior. Your stolen goods are now forfeit. Oh, the zoologist has died. Well, it was a short-lived... Oh no, they're still alive. They just... Oh, what the heck? How are you here? You cut down my door? How incredibly rude. Okay, that should cover any other weird scenarios. How was I not hit by that? They stole my money and ran. My free money. Look at me, I'm very killable right here. Yep, I'm totally easily killable and not just here to farm you for cash. Get back here. Let's go, Abigail. This is where the real DPS is. 202 DPS. That's the highest I saw. Even the Goblin Mage build has bad defense. Oh, I'm only one goblin away. There we go. Don't you steal my money and run. Abigail, you got behind me. The nurse respawned, or did they not die? Ah, they respawned and then died. Well. So, total damage, 2 doors. Few NPC deaths. Profit of gold, for sure. Quite a bit. Because it cost me nothing, and I made more money than I started with. Lots of spiky balls as well, it's really nice. Okay, I could place the door back. I'm gonna put money in a spot where I won't be likely to lose it. I think it's something that isn't a bad idea. Because that celestial magnet will be very good. The lighting is interesting though. Like, the parts of the service I've discovered from lighting. You can tell which places I've been to and like hung around a lot. And I think the Vile Thorn actually does count some towards lighting. Or maybe not. Abigail the nurse. Usually my nurse is named Caitlin, and there was a Caitlin nurse, but they did end up dying. Lack of social distancing. I'm an arms healer. I don't have a crush. I don't shut up. Oh, I hate treating her in the zoology. It's so difficult. She is alive? Did she fall in the hole? I don't know where she is. She's on Abigail's hit list. Wait, now there's 2 Abigail. I might have to go get a bucket of lava. To fix that situation. I can't really summon another goblin invasion to fix that. That's just gonna make things a bit confusing. Anyway, back to the trophy room. It's a windy day. We got the windy day music. I think this is big enough for now. Tried to time it with the music again. Oh, Alelia, the Dryad is back. Okay, so where is ground level? Ground level is there. I thought that was part of the song for a second. I don't really like the noise. That could just be because... I mean, I've played Don't Starve, but it's been a long time, and I suck at it. I did not get very far. I did not, like, fight any enemies. And it was a few years ago. I have it on Xbox One, but I just rarely play Xbox One now because I have PS5 and Switch, so... there's not too much a reason for me to play Xbox One. In general, but... the only time I do get on Xbox One is if I do like a Nintendo Direct stream, because I could stream Xbox or YouTube on the Xbox for some reason. It's blocked on like everything else to stream. I guess so that way you can't just like stream yourself watching or like record someone's YouTube video or something and then just have copy of it for yourself to watch. Because I think you have to have YouTube Premium to download videos to watch offline. So maybe that's why they do it. But I just do it to watch live streams. Like, there hasn't ever been a YouTube video where I wanted to download it. I don't even have the videos I have uploaded on my channel downloaded. They're just there. Like if my channel were to be hacked or something, like I just would lose everything. Pretty much. Or, I mean, there'd probably be a way to get it, like, back from the hackers, but if they, like, deleted all the videos maybe you could get it back from like the Wayback Machine or something, but I don't know how like that would all work. There's probably ways to recover it, but I would have no like method from just like having video backups downloaded. This is a whole lot of videos. Because I've streamed not like every day, but I've streamed quite a bit every week. Like I've made up for ever since I started streaming, I could have at least one stream a week. And I've streamed for like over 2 years, I think. Um, I'm just looking for iron because I need to make another door. But yeah, I've like streamed enough times where you could say that I've streamed at least probably like 2 times a week within a 2-year period. Or even just videos there. Like I've sometimes recorded a video that I didn't stream and uploaded it onto the channel. Yeah, I've wanted to do edited videos for a while. Like, I thought about whenever I would come to Terraria 1.4 and play that on stream, that I would edit it down, but the YouTube editor doesn't have a way to, like, cut out a section of the video without trimming the video itself, as far as I'm aware. Like, if that was a thing, I would have them edited down at least, like, that much. And maybe uploaded to like upload the stream as well and have like stream archive disclaimer or something, so that way people would know, because I still want to have like the streams themselves fully uploaded. But also just have like a shorter form video where it's not just like 2 hours of me building a base in Terraria and finding like the Eye of Cthulhu and everything that I've done so far today. Because it's a pretty big commitment to get someone to watch like an hour-long video. Like, I've been watching a YouTuber play Skyrim. I forget their name. Let me actually look this up. Well, it kind of got me back into Skyrim. It made me pull out my VR and everything, so I've been watching Skyrim from it. Their channel name is their name, I'm pretty sure. I should have it. Lyle Schnub. I don't know how to pronounce it, to be honest, but yeah, I'm guessing that's it. That's as close as I'm going to get, probably. Oh, more. Oh, because I defeated the Goblin army. Like, wait, another celebration night? But yeah, I've been watching them play Skyrim a lot. And they do like hour-long. I'm pretty sure it's like slightly edited. I'm not entirely sure. Like, I've been paying attention, but I haven't been paying that much attention, I guess. That kind of just slips my mind, maybe. I wanted to make another statue and have that in my hand. Okay, so I think place a statue here. That's one tile away from the door. And place one here. And now I don't know if this room is even or odd. And that kind of will affect a lot of things. I'm kind of hoping it's even so I can have the Moon Lord trophy in the center, because trophies are 2 tiles wide. Right? Or relics. No, they are 3. Okay, so then I would hope it's odd. But honestly, I could work with even. And then I have like, I set like 3 bosses here, 3 bosses here, 3 bosses here, 3 bosses here, and then like have it like arc out almost. Like, I don't really know how to describe it, so I'll just make it out of dirt. Like, have it where the trophies slowly build up, and then have at like the center top, like have it like go at an angle like this until it reaches the top center, and then that's where the mark is. But this is just like a temporary setup still, even, because I can decorate this a lot more than what I will be with materials that I gain later. Yeah, I'm too lazy to count this. It's the thing. Like, I guess I can count it by keeping track of how many walls I use. Let me make 100 walls exactly. Okay, and that should be easy math. There's no way this is more than 100 tiles. There's no reason for me to build it slow. Either. It was actually more than I thought. So it is even. I can extend it out one for now. Like, that's why I wanted to go ahead and get a count using this method, because I would be able to determine where, or I would be able to fix if it's even or odd now, rather than have to do it later. Also, I don't know what else drops statues, what all, or relics. I think the pirate ship actually does drop a relic. That's basic. You fight a pirate ship during the pirate invasion, which is like the goblin invasion I just did, but there are pirates, if you could guess from the name. You weren't aware, but yeah, that will be a thing I have to deal with once I've fought the Wall of Flesh. And also, I think one of the mechanical bosses, I think you do have to fight at least one of them to be able to fight a goblin. Or, not a goblin, a pirate army. The goblin armies do get a new unit whenever it's hard mode, and they still will appear. Yeah, me working on this is just stalling for having to fight the Eater of Worlds, because that's going to suck. Because I'm gonna have to make an arena for it, make the arena next to the one available um, sphere that I have to be able to summon the boss. I broke 2 spheres earlier on stream to get the Vilethorn. I break a third, it summons the boss. But if I don't do that, I don't think I can make the boss automatic summoning item thing. So, how many spaces is this? Can't do math that well. So let's see, 100 minus 45, that's 55. I'm gonna do a calculator just to be safe, because I don't trust myself. Yeah, it's 55. I wonder if I'm... Oh, it is invisible. I was gonna say, I wonder if I made this invisible, if it would still show whenever I dash. But it does. It already is. I do want ultra bright torches for this room, because the lighting color will be blue, and I think that'll be really cool for differentiating the colors of builds. Could use ice torches for it, to be fair, but ultra bright is cooler. It does mess this up, but also the categories themselves are messed up on how I was using the colors. So, what is the real mistake is the question. So the clothier, I guess there could theoretically be one more NPC that moves in, but ultra bright campfires exist. I was not aware. So I'd say I should be able to make a couch now, but can I make a bed? Doesn't seem like it. Can make some fancy ropes. Okay, so show me what I can make with silk. How much do you need for a bed? You need 5? Just 1 short? I would also like a couch, so let me see if I can find any cobwebs. Just falling down. Really quickly. This is the reason that I wanted to save cobwebs. There's also banners, which I've never used in a build before, but I imagine they could actually look pretty cool. depending on how they're used. There's some cobwebs. I don't know why I was using that cursor for a Vilethorn. Maybe I'd switch whenever I was planning to switch items. Oh. Hello. You cost a lot of money, but you're very worth it. I was not expecting to run into you in such a place, because I thought you had to beat Skeletron to find you. But I was wrong. And that kind of changes everything. As far as my plans go. Because reforging weapons for good stuff. Pretty important. I imagine it will only be more important in Master Mode. So yeah, I just want to see if I can go down this track. If there's anything else interesting here. What is that? Is that a lever? What is this? A random thing? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Holding ultra bright torches would be more effective than this in a way. By a way, I mean in every way, but I just didn't have them out. So. There's a ton of cobwebs right there. By a ton. And not that many, but more than most other places, apparently. Because I can't seem to find any more. I did find a spider nest that was just full of them, and then I ended up setting a trap for the spiders and got out of range of an NPC, if I remember correctly. I'm just gonna recall potion out of here if I don't see any cobwebs. Did recall potion in minecart as well. So yep, we do have the Goblin Tinkerer, which I did not realize you could have pre-Skeletron, but he is here. How much does your table cost? Yeah, I was gonna say, you're not very happy at the moment, I imagine. So already expensive things are now going to be a lot more expensive. But getting a better modifier on the Vilethorn is pretty important. I don't know why I put money in the tiles chest. It's better than to have it on me, I suppose. That's pretty good. I think that might be best modifier. Masterful is also really good. Speaking of Masterful, let's go get the other staff and try to potentially get an actual upgrade from it. It might be time to say goodbye to the Emerald staff that I've had for so long. Oh, and it's very cheap to reforge. Plus 14. I have to have a good modifier here. They were all so bad. How did every single one... Like, there was one that was actually kind of decent. I can actually sell this demon either way. Once I crafted it into bars. I forgot that this is a really easy way to make money if you don't care about having the bars. I can just sell it to any NPC. Yeah, they're worth a lot. For right now, that's quite a bit. Okay. Please be something good. Okay, there's the best modifier. Okay. That's like literally the best modifier you can get. It's like this, but better. So nice. We do have some actual decent weapons. Obviously, Mythical Vileport is kind of important. So I'm gonna try for it, but it's kind of risky because this one's so expensive to reforge. Can I even afford to reforge it at the moment? Do have one reforge. That's not good. 12 mana is rough. That's like 20 cast and then I'm out of mana. Okay, it's like 21 cast, whatever. Yeah, this is an actual huge upgrade. This is going to increase my DPS by quite a bit. Just because this rod is faster. Now it does more damage. And it's actually got speed up as well. And knockback up, which was something my other one didn't have. The knockback up on the Vilethorn actually might not be good. I might have just made like the worst possible combination almost. The plus 20% damage is kind of useless for Vilethorn. Like, I was mostly hoping to get the mana cost down. Like, I didn't really care if I had more damage, I just wanted it to not cost me as much to use. So that way I could use it more frequently during encounters, but that obviously did not happen. Okay, so now to work on this. So there's so many ladybugs. Is it just because it's windy? Why is there like 7 ladybugs? That's 10. I think. I probably miscounted. Did it quickly, but... Kinda base decision there, Abigail. I did not count where the center is. So we know that it's 55. Which means you can place 20 and you won't be at center. 25 won't be at center. Let me place 25 to see where that leaves me. I'm gonna make sure I place behind the statue. If I place 25 walls on this side, where does that leave me? Wait, no, this side's only gonna be 20. No, I only placed 20 on that side. Okay, so let me make 5 more walls. Okay, so that almost got me to center. What? How is this? I need more walls. I completely miscounted. I'm gonna place a torch wherever the center is. Okay. So 182, I guess. Would be that I use to start off with. Okay, so how many walls have I placed so far now? So 182, so that's 26 walls placed. We'll get right here. So we place 26 walls on this side, which will leave me at 130. So 27, 27. So that means center is here. I hope I did that right. It's so hard to tell because all of it blends in. Especially with the bricks looking so weird on the background. I thought it was a lot smoother than it. Did they update the texture? Like, I thought that the bricks used to be, like, huge. Other than as small as they are, but whatever. It still works for what I want. There we go. Eye of Cthulhu, trophy. You know, maybe I just do as many trophies as I can on each and just try to group them together. I think that makes a lot of sense. Because that'll be easier than trying to do the diagonal thing. A lot easier to count. So it won't look as cool. There's so many ladybugs right here. You go ahead and do this. So this will be like a 2-floor thing. And then there will be the roof. Like this is like the attic. Almost. I'm gonna put it here. I have an interesting idea as well for this. Make the roof a bit flatter. Like that. No, that doesn't really work. Yeah, it doesn't work as well in this game as it does in others. Okay. It was an idea. Green and the blood moon is a bit interesting. Definitely lowers my visibility quite a bit. Pretty sure it's blood moon tonight. I haven't had a blood moon this entire time, so I've really been wondering when one will show up. Was the roof this thick before? I don't think it was. No, it was. Need like another torch up here just to do this at night. I think that's good. Yeah, there's no reason to bring the roof up any more than that. I just heard interesting music. I thought I heard a boss scene. Is that not a boss? Say, I don't know what boss would even spawn. You know, maybe blood moons don't even happen in Terraria Master Mode. Kind of starting to think that, because I haven't seen them. I don't think it is actually a blood moon. That's just a light from the campfire. Because I have color lighting on. So the light source determines what color things are. I will make windows, but first there has to be a wall for there to be a window. I don't know if this will be my permanent base or not, is what I'm trying to decide. Like, because if this is my permanent base, I could move my storage over here once I find another boss. Like, I won't do that right now, because once I get this building done, I kind of want to work on the arena, so that way I can start fighting the next boss. But, yeah, like, if I decide to make this my permanent base, I will move my storage to, like, the basement of this place. I think that would make sense. Also, I kind of just want regular torches in here other than, or instead of straight, to be honest. And I'm probably gonna get a chandelier. Like a candelabra or something. So yeah, I think this will be where the bed is. Now I have one of those. Really like seeing the out-of-water goldfish during the rain. So yeah, you can actually pass time in this. Like, if I just wanted to sleep through the night, sleep through the rain, you can. You just have to, like, sit in the bed. It's not like in, like, Skyrim or Minecraft where whenever you go to sleep, and it will automatically go through the night. It just speeds it up a lot. I guess I make stone walls, right? To connect this, because this looks really awkward. I mean, even then, I mean, that It looks better, but I still don't know how I feel about it. Something I can do to fix this. It's a really easy fix. The thing is, it goes from like 1 wide to like 1.5 wide. Like, it's more than a tile, but it's not much more. I have to play this one there for me to, or up here for me to see. So, yeah, see, like, if I even mess with this, I don't think I can place it again. Yeah, it won't let me place it. So awkward. Because it's like, it's not even 2. Like, if I did a 2 wide thing. Alright, Abigail, please. Yeah, I can't even place it where I want to. Abigail definitely should not be in the way since he's just a summon, but if you can see, like, if I were to break this, I'm gonna break the chimney. Yeah. I don't know. This is a really awkward building thing. I thought this would look a lot cooler than it does, but yeah, I don't really know how to feel about it. I guess I just have to make more walls. And get this to just be 3 wide inside too. I think this is a good place for the chimney though. That definitely needs to be not stone. The thing is, do I make the roof wood? Or do I make it stone? Also, I think... No, I can't put another chimney next to the bed. I was going to say, it would kind of make sense, but at the same time, it would be like the chimney was cutting off the other chimney. I guess chimneys would heat up both floors, because like the heat would go up, and so it would still like radiate or whatever through the chimney itself. Pretty sure that's how the ventilation works there. Sticky close. I don't know why it looks so weird to me. Like, I feel like the item texture itself has changed. I feel like it was just like this blue, and now it looks like an ultra bright thing. But yeah, it's just weird because this is like a 3D thing, because this is supposed to be like in the background, and this is like the front of the chimney at the same time because of how 2D works. Or the front of the roof, not the chimney. Because the chimney doesn't just like have a wall. At least it wouldn't be on this side. It wouldn't make much sense because then it would go in front of the bed too. And it would be like the front and then the house would be the back. So I just don't really know. It's kind of weird. Anyway, is there a table I can make? Oh yeah, I was going to use a different wood type, but honestly I didn't feel like going to the ice biome. But I would like a fancy table. For my room. I should spawn here now, right? Or do I need a table and chair in my room? Oh, that's a my spawn point. I guess that just shows where world spawn is inside the blacksmith. Quite easy to find. There are 2 entities in there. I want to place a chair, but I think it will cause an NPC to spawn in there, and I don't want that to happen. Also, I want to do the thing I did with the other, like the blacksmith. And add some curvature. Trying to make my Terraria builds a bit more interesting than they normally are. Just small details like that can make a bit of a difference in a simple build. I also kind of thought about making the floor multiple tiles thick, but it just doesn't work because of how you transition through floors. Oh, I broke the wall. No, why did I place that there? I saw that it wasn't there, I just decided to hold down the place button. I had to place it in like the one spot as well that I couldn't place it in. And there was already something there. So I'm gonna go mine some sand to get some glass. And then I make glass walls and that's basically a window. I don't think there's like a window thing you can make. I don't even need much sand, like this should be enough. Can I make it here? Okay. I'd only made 5. You can make a lamppost. There's so many detailed blocks that I don't know about. But at the same time, like, I can't make that because it's too expensive because it requires a lot of iron for what I have right now. But yeah, that should be enough. Glass walls. I don't even know. Like, there's not a way to make a window that has like a plus or cross or whatever, like a crosshair thing in the window. Like, you just have like a full window. You can't separate them into small window pieces. Is that even the optimal place for a window? Yeah, that is. Okay, so it's one tile underneath. Yeah, 3, 4. I want a couch where this is, but I need to get more stuff to do that. I also do want a fancy chair if possible. I think I would have to get cloth for that. And that might cause an NPC to go into my room whenever more NPCs can spawn, but I currently have every spawnable NPC. So I'll just make another room and force him to go there. I'm gonna make a hat rack. How am I not going to make a hat rack? This has to go here. Okay, it's still openable. Can I place the torch back? How does that cover that tile? I don't understand. The chimney kind of lights that area up enough, but I need symmetry. Oh yeah, I was gonna get a chandelier. That will be enough symmetry for me. So I need 2. What else am I gonna use wood for anyway? To be honest. Can I make a chandelier here? I think you do have to have chain for it. Yeah. I kind of want to make a candelabra, but I already have the 2 gold chandeliers. This will be a couch, and then I'll have a chair. I just have to go get more cloth. Do I have cobwebs in my other chest? No. I would have already looked there. You and me. Yeah, the fire rate is such a huge upgrade. It hit something. I don't think it hit cobwebs, though. I already found some cobwebs. These are good exploration torches. I also found silver shit in here. That might even be tungsten. But I'm definitely using gold. I think this one's silver. I think this one here. I kind of want a staircase in my house like that, but I don't know where I would put it. Looks nicer than a regular staircase, though. I'm just tanking hits now. I actually have HP to play around with. I have double jumps, so I don't really have to be too cautious about that. I also have the wall slide if I'm really worried about it. But I think there was, if I remember correctly, but I can't fight one of these, I don't think. Mario the Painter. This worm is incredibly strong. I think you can get the Gulper. I think that's one that I forgot about what you get in the little desert biome over there, underground desert, but it's a bit too dangerous for me with my current gear. Kind of a whip to my inventory. Yeah, if I remember correctly, there was a bunch of cobwebs. Yeah. I remembered correctly. I'm actually gonna use an ultra bright torch here just because there's so many cobwebs. I hope Mario did not move into my house, but I don't know where else he would have moved. I don't even know what the spawning conditions for the painter are. I just always have had them move in at some point, so it's just like, well, I guess I am at whatever conditions they require. Well, I mean, 90% of the time the conditions are either beat a boss or find them. So if it's anything other than that, it's just a bit of a blur for me. I don't really know what it would be. Dangerous. Yeah, oh, they hurt a lot. I'm dead. Yeah, there's nothing I could do. I didn't think that that was a spider cave, but I probably should have assumed from the amount of cobwebs. But I still have enough for what I need. That's just fast travel. It's just advanced. You're in my room. There's not a chair. Where is the chair, Mario? No, don't get me started. There's tons of grays. I think having Starlit Heaven wallpaper in the background could be interesting or something. Also, I don't even know when I would paint my house. This is like a lot of advanced things that I was not prepared to think about. So I won't. Scarab Bomb. Explosion aims away from your position. I got the sturdy fossils. I was actually wondering what moves they have, so I was gonna go talk to Dylan. Bone or fossil pickaxe. You can make fossil armor that have increased range. That's ranged gear. Let's see. Amber staff. 21 magic damage base. It's weaker than what I already have. But that's definitely something I could have pursued had I known it existed. Flink's coat? Oh, summoning gear. Let's see. You can make a throne. I have to have a throne. Well, I mean, I won't have a castle, so it won't make too much sense. Be fair. TPS meter makes goblin tech. Pretty straightforward. Yellow marigold makes yellow dye. I don't have anything I would want dyed. Oh yeah, I need to resummon my menu. Mario, we can be roommates. I think I'm fine with that. It's not the end of the world. Okay, I can actually place that out of my inventory. Then we get a flower pot. We can put a flower in there. Just get some more decorations. But that is really annoying me with the table. Well, really is a strong word. When it can be simply fixed in some of the worst ways imaginable. Okay, yeah, there is no fixing it. That does give me an idea. How does this look? I think I might have found something interesting. It's not bad, I just don't know how you finish it. I think you have to do something like this, so change this to not be tilted. But if it's not tilted, it looks awkward, but if it is tilted, it also looks awkward. And maybe having all sorts of new issues when I actually am building something interesting. See, like, this works. It just makes the roof one taller, and then I would have to make the chimney up one taller. So it wouldn't work at the same time. Unless... maybe did something like this. There's an idea. use one of these. Wait, I think this can actually incorporate the chimney. I play my cards right. I wanted to put something up here, so that way it could be detailed like this, but I don't know what to put. I was considering doing fences, but they look really strange. I can't imagine them looking good. Like these fences, maybe they could be hammered. If you can hammer them into something interesting, there's a chance that this could look good, but I just can't imagine it. Because like iron fences on certain types of roofs work. Yeah, they are hammerable. Kind of changes them a bit. I see, they're not hammerable. Never mind. Well, they are in a way, it's just not the intended way. So they count as walls, so you can't have a fence in front of a wall. Or I kind of want to try it. Yeah, they count as walls. What? I thought they would be like on the layer that's in between wall and tile, like the chimney or the bed, but they're not. I just want to try it. Because I like don't know how to prep a Terraria build in like the journey mode. Like I don't think that would work for me. So I have to do like all my Terraria building tests live, pretty much. Yeah, this does not work at all. It just doesn't make sense. I favorited it. Okay, you can do the pick block thing in the inventory. Didn't even think about that location of having the glass wall like that is. Okay, I might have to make the glass wall window a bit smaller, because there's a problem that has arisen. And it's with that. Well, I do think it has to be more than 2 wide, because 2 wide is just way too small. Like, I think this works. But I can't really explain why. Or like why are the windows shines different as well? I guess it's just an RNG thing. I'd kind of rather them not even be there. If they were there, they would just like cover the whole thing, but you could still like see somewhat through it. Go ahead and do this before I forget. So yeah, I think that's enough of the main decorating for now. All that's really left is to take all the cloth that I've gathered and to make a couch. I thought I could make a fancy chair, but looks like the only chairs you can make are like a bar stool. Or a toilet. Because you can't make a wooden toilet, but you can make a mushroom toilet. Also can't make a wooden bath. Oh, I'm guessing you can use it with iron. If that makes sense. Yeah, it would make a lot more sense. So I'll probably have to make a bathroom then, or something. Maybe that can go on the other side. It just is like a normal house, and then the giant trophy room, and then on the other side is like the bathroom, and maybe a guest room or something. I don't know. I don't know what else would be in the house. A kitchen. Okay, so this fits perfectly. I also need hats for the hat rack, but that's an issue that will have to be addressed later because I don't really know what hats I would put on it. I think like a fedora because that's what normally goes on those, but this roof transition to the like solid block is so awkward. But I think it's fine if you just look at it in motion. Motion blur will help. I definitely have to incorporate heart lanterns, campfires, all that kind of stuff into this as well. It just has to be within range. If there's a way to make it where it's not on screen but still in range of campfires, then I'll do that. Or because like I have to put a campfire on both sides of it. It's wide enough to where I think if I'm standing on one side, I'll be outside. Oh, never mind. I can just put a campfire super far away because I'm still within range of at least this top campfire from all the way on the other side of my base. So there's plenty of range. Owls are kind of annoying. The painters should be pretty happy living by themselves. I just want to check the prices and stuff. I feel like these prices are still increased. I'm not really sure, though. Fancy gray wallpaper. I kind of want to see what it looks like. I'm guessing it's just walls. I think that's a decent kitchen wallpaper. I'm gonna throw these two away. And I'll buy a bunch whenever I'm making that. How did you get in the house? Did you spawn on the roof? If you kill Kanogs, then bad things would happen to you. Which bad things would happen to you anyway, because they already did. Can't get much worse, I guess. Do I modify my hammer, despite the fact that it's not even a weapon? It is always on my hotbar for some reason. I just, for some reason, cannot take it off. I take the axe off a lot, but the hammer has remained a mainstay. Anyway, I do think it might be dryad time. I'm not made of money. That is an issue. That's what she had said. So I need a get money quick thing. So I barely have a damage upgrade. I don't have any potions. So fighting Eye of Cthulhu to try to get some more demonites kind of out of the question. Maybe I sell the rest of the gold that I have since I'm not using it. You can sell that in the NPC, but for some reason I always sell to like the merchant. Should be a bit of purification powder. I do miss the skin pack that changes the Dryad to Aqua from Konosuba that I have in Discord, or not Discord, on Terraria PC, but can't really do that here. I forgot that you sell rocket boots, but I was going to see if there's anything I can afford to reforge. No modifiers? You know, something is almost always better than nothing. In this case, it was. But not by much. I don't think you can get bad modifiers on equipables, like that accessories, so that was actually not that great. Yeah, spike balls are actually really nice, consistent damage for the next boss. I'm gonna throw away these musket balls because I'm not a ranger class. So we're waiting on a meteorite. I'm realizing now a meteorite does have the potential to strike my house, and there's nothing I can really do to prevent it. I could also try to find a gravitation potion. Could work on the elevator, try to go all the way down to the underworld. I don't think that's actually too bad of an idea, because I can get an imp staff, I think. No, I think you have to have Hellstone for that. It's still not a bad idea because there is a drop from demons that I would want to pick up. However, technically, the next thing would be Skeletron after Eater of Worlds, which I should just go ahead and do Eater of Worlds, like go ahead and start making the arena. I just kind of want to get better gear, but I don't think that I really have the option to do that. Let's see, what robes are available? Okay, so robe, Terraria. So I know that there are robes that you can make. Amber robe. I'm guessing Topaz robe is the best one. No, probably like diamond. Increases maximum mana by 40, reduces mana usage by 7. And simply requires a loom. Best robe, Terraria. Let's just try that. Okay, the wizard set. Oh yeah, I forgot that there is a set you can make, but you have to find a magic hat. Okay, so amethyst is not great compared to like topaz, it gets instantly outclassed. Emerald robe, ruby robe, mystic robe, diamond. Okay, so diamond seems to be the best. Yeah, diamond. I do have diamonds, so I just need to figure out how to craft that. Okay, so a diamond robe, it's going to significantly reduce my armor, to be fair. And we're going to make it so 10 diamonds and a robe. And then a robe can be crafted at a loom for 20 silk, which is also a bit expensive. So we're back on the silk hunt, I guess. I mean, 80 mana is really nice. But I don't think it's actually worth getting rid of the armor rating, just because the armor rating is so huge whenever you put like Iron Skin Potion on as well. Like really all it does for me is limit the cost of mana. usage, which I can just get mana potions. I don't think you get sick from mana potions. Also, there's an item I can craft that will make it where mana potions are automatically used, which I'm going to go try to work on. So I need to go to the jungle, because I need a mana flower. Just absolutely shred the enemies now. We got a summon. We got staff. That's actually an improvement over a previous and not like the second best staff that I can make for now. So yeah, I know that there's a jungle this way, so that's why I'm heading this way. Because I do want to land the jungle. I think I have a shield bash attack with this, right? Dash into the enemy. So I think it does do damage. If it doesn't do damage, it doesn't hurt me to bash into an enemy. But yeah, 1 extra mana cost, I do 2 more damage. I think I have higher crit chance, higher knockback, and faster attack speed. So my DPS is also significantly increased compared to the previous staff. No, no, no. Ooh, I am playing a dangerous game, trying to jump into a corruption pit. I gotta get some sort of light. Yeah, whenever you fall down one of those, you don't stop until you hit the bottom. Most of the time. The walls are really weird. Okay, so this corruption biome is a bit larger than I thought it was, so there could be more orbs. Not too far, so I think building an arena there would be worth it. It would be nice to find some sunflowers eventually in this world. Either just day blooms here, which I do need. Sunflowers play a bit of a different role. Anyway, we need to head to the underground jungle. And instantly fill our inventory. Can I have some sort of vision? Okay. I'd like to not place any torches I don't have to. Yeah, herb bag is going to be really good. It did like instantly fill my inventory though. Really sucks. Wand of Sparking. I find it funny, it does more damage than the Vile Thorn. But yeah, that's the like starting meat weapon. It's really bad. I might die. Okay, I'm somehow in a spot where they can't hit me. Barely, I guess. But jungle slimes do a ridiculous amount of damage. I don't know why. It was doing like 44. You know, before I was prepared for Eye of Cthulhu, that was literally all my HP. Okay, that saved me. Getting hit there actually helped. I don't think I would have died to fall damage though, for sure, but it would not have felt nice. Not another happy landing for sure. Underground jungle is the goal. So let's go try to find a cave that actually is deeper than 2 inches. I'm gonna take the potion. Actually, I'm not, because it's a builder potion and they're useless. I legitimately still don't understand the appeal of having a builder potion. I think there was one time it was ever useful for me, and that was mostly as a joke for placing ropes. It had, like, barely had any use in that situation. Or, like, extended range, I can understand the appeal of, but I don't understand the appeal of having your building speed itself increased. Like, your building speed is limited by your walk speed, as far as I'm aware. Like, I don't think you could build much faster than that on console, at least. Okay, so let's both summon bees. We do need to watch out for those. And you know, the underground jungle is not a fun place. I don't know why ultra bright torches feel so different to me, despite the only difference being the color. We should be well equipped for the jungle, but jungle slime is still an issue. That's just a yellow slime. Jungle bats, what? 48 damage? Also, if I hit that beehive, it could have rolled into me and killed me instantly. I do have a gold coin, too, actually, on me, so there is reason for me to try to stay alive. But the main goal is to find plants that give jungle, or that give mana flower. Okay, don't place two ultra bright torches next to each other. The thing is, I don't remember what the plant is. I don't know if it's a plant, if it's a chest that I need to find, or if it's an enemy plant that I have to kill. Okay, that is a blood zombie statue, which I would enjoy having. What was I just shot by? Poison me. Hornets shoot? I thought only moss hornets fired at you. That's just a regular hornet. Is that just a master mode thing? Probably. Okay, it's gonna body me. What is my summon doing? You're not getting paid to sit around and do nothing. That one's my job. Ah, that's what was shooting at me. I think. No, the hornet was definitely shooting at me as well. See, I think I need to fight that. Blade of Grass wouldn't be a bad pickup at the moment. Definitely want to keep rotten chunks though. This is gonna be a bit of pain, isn't it? Ah, are you a moss hornet? Or you're just regular? Ah, that's a beehive. Okay, never mind. It was not a problem. You are very painful. That is not good. I have to, like, dodge it. No. It hurts so much. Abigail, please get this bat out of my face. I have enough issues. Abigail, you had one job. Oh, no, never ends. I was hit by the bat and got the bat effect too. Who knows what that's gonna, or what that will cause. There's more, there's infinite. I just want to go down to the statue at this point. I gotta dig. That's the only way. I still want to make the Zenith, despite the fact that I'm running Mage. So it's still gonna be going for Blade of Grass here. Oh, what? I almost drowned because I just forgot that that was the mechanic. There's a zombie with a hat. Okay, Abigail, your life's purpose is to get me that hat. I require it. This exact moment. Wait, I had Vilethorn. Wait, I can kill you. Come back. I don't need Abigail. She instantly stopped attacking as soon as I said that. I didn't mean it like that, Abigail. You still have a worthwhile point in your existence. For me. But I can also attack the walls. Myself. This thing is tanky. Why does it have so much HP? It's just a zombie. With a hat. A hat that I desire. I want to put that on my hat rack. It's going in. Abigail just doesn't stop. Don't run away from me. I do need to defeat you. Dr. Bones. Boom. Apparently I never fought Dr. Bones before. On Terraria Switch. Very tough enemy to defeat, as you can see there. Need that. Okay, I don't need 3 chimneys, I only need 1. Usually, houses only have 1. This is like a multiple house next to each other situation thing. Like, I'm thinking of, like, what was that movie? And it wasn't like Mary Poppins, but I think Mary Poppins also had something like that, where it was just a house with a bunch of chimneys. Oh yeah, Peter Pan. Is that the name of the movie? I don't remember. I don't remember if it's Peter Pan or if it has like a different title and Peter Pan's just in it. But I think it is just Peter Pan. I gotta catch up on my Disney references for Kingdom Hearts. There's also like multiple movies, I think. They were also in Chip and Dale, apparently. Or someone that looked like them. Could be an impersonator or the funny word. Okay, do not pick up the jungle torch. You had one job. We'll get jungle torches at a later time whenever we fight the torch god. But that time is not now. Anyway, this search for the mana flower has gone incredibly. I actually did not mean to warp out of there, but it was necessary. I did need to get out of there fast. Things were just continually going downhill and spiraling out of control. Okay, so let's get the day blooms back started again. Okay, potions. That's definitely a big issue at the moment. That's why my inventory is full, mostly because I don't want to throw away potion brewing items. Blood zombie statue, that goes in the other. Continuing to make this shape even worse. The moon glow itself. Fire blossom, which I don't have a seed for yet, it seems. Blink root seeds. And then more moon glow seeds, yep. Okay, I think... Do those only grow in jungle? I guess I could test that if I wanted to, but I don't. Is there a quick stack? Yeah, I should just do that first. I would like to restock my inventory, is that a thing? I think that's what this is. Yeah, I didn't know if that was restocking the chest or restocking my inventory. Because I'd like to have full potions, but I don't really care if it's through on. Forgot what I was going to say. I don't care to have the other potions in my inventory. I just want to have full ones on me. So Stinger. I think Stinger is used for some gear. Outside of just the blade of grass. I have enough for the blade of grass though. I'm currently missing other materials. Okay, so show me what I can make. Thorns potion. Not too useful. Melee and whip attacks poison enemy. Flask poison. Blade of grass. Jungle shirt. Is this summon? Oh, this is like the whip. Summons the queen bee. I didn't even know you could summon it, I got to be honest, but this is for the summon class specifically with the whip. I legitimately don't understand why you would want to have a whip-based summon class whenever you can just do multiple summons. I think the fact that they target multiple enemies is fine. I don't think they necessarily just have to focus on one. Because they can just weaken an enemy and then move to another one, and then if that enemy's near you, you can just finish it off yourself. And it's not the end of the world. Anyway, a heart lantern is really important for what I plan on doing soon, which is to build the arena inside of the corruption biome for the next boss, because it does have to be summoned there. Stone platform. Stone platforms exist. It's news to me. I could make the diamond road. Mine. It takes 7 to make silk. Or 7 to make cloth, 7 cobweb. I don't know why I was thinking of silk. Yeah, it's important that I get the mana flower. I just need to remember how I get it as well. Just something that I've forgotten, so let me look up where you get the mana flower. I should just look at what all mage build items there are. Free of flesh. Mage. Reading the gamer article, so who really knows? water bolts. Yeah, you have to look deep in the dungeon for that. So yeah, it's just telling me dungeon stuff. Damage run mage. Here. Because I mean, like, I can get a robe, I just don't imagine it being too useful. Try the jungle armor. I forgot that jungle armor existed. That's actually huge. Jungle. It's 17 defense. It is actually really good. It has a lot of magic damage up and magic reduction. So you need 10 stingers, which I have, 2 vines, and 32 jungle spores. And then there's also... How do I get the mage? Mage accessories. Terraria. Hardwood. I need to see what accessories are. Class setups. This could be good. Okay, so pre-boss I don't really care about. We've already fought one. Yeah, Demon Scythe is definitely a goal. Jungle armor. So magic cuffs I've completely missed out on because they did not get. So that's a little magnet. Let's see. The mana flower is reduced mana usage, and the mana. Okay, so nature's gift. That's what I've been looking for. So, nature's gift. Okay, so it is just a flower on the ground. I can see what it is. I think I've run past a few in the jungle. Anyway, we're going to be spending a lot of time in the jungle, basically, because that's where all the gear is. So at the cost of 1 defense, I get a ton of mana buffs, which I think is very much worth it. Before, when I was mentioning the robe, if I used a robe, I would instantly have my set bonus removed, so -3 defense. So I'd be at 15 plus -5 on top of that, so I would be at 10 defense. At the cost of having 80 more mana. And I think it would actually be less... Or no, I think jungle armor is actually better than a robe. But I'm not sure if it's better than the wizard set itself. At total reduction, but the main issue is that you're trading off a lot of defense, and your goal would then be to just have like a bunch of movement charms and just try to move as fast as possible, which I'm moving pretty fast as you can see, but I'm not fast enough for what you would need to warrant switching that. You would definitely need like some sort of wings. Which I think I don't remember if you can get wings pre-bosses. There might be some wings. I'm not sure which ones. So anyway, we're heading back to the underground jungle to get jungle spores. I actually hit that. I don't know why I kept a 1 spark. Because jungle armor is a clear step in the right direction. I could have technically gotten this before Eye of Cthulhu, I just forgot that it existed. The real question will be whether or not this is better or worse than space armor for Wall of Flesh. Which the answer to that is, I'm currently not sure. It does require 2 lions, so I do have to take on one of these that I see. As they will drop lions occasionally. They're the only method of rotating. So yeah, I probably ran past a few of these. Oh my god. Why did you show up now? Well, you at least reminded me what I needed to do. Katana. Star hairpin. How fast a player is moving on life form analyzer. Life form analyzer is really good. Why do I have another emperor statue? I think that might be one from the other side of my base, so I actually don't want to sell that. Honestly, that's a very worthwhile trade. I'm surprised it's worth that much. How much was that worth? 6 silver? No value, no value, no value. There was some value on stuff I was saying no value on. Whatever, also ropes. I bought 2 life orb analyzers. Okay, luckily I can sell it back for the price that I bought it. Okay. So yeah, now we're getting some stats. Rare creatures nearby is very good to know because there is a rare creature called a nymph that I need to find that will give me another item for the cell phone. I will be trying to make the cell phone. Despite how grindy and tedious it is. That is one of the goals, is to get, like, I want to make Terraspark boots. I want to make the, I'm not sure about Rod of Discord, but I do want to make, how do I use this? I see. You can dye it on the hat rack itself. Very worthwhile. It's also windy, some more ladybugs, I guess. But I want to make the Zenith Terraspark boots and cell phone. And also the Ankh shield, but that's just kind of necessary to make. That's not really a goal outside of like the main playthrough. That's something that I will be making because it's really good to have. The true tricky part of this playthrough is that there's expert mode items, and I have like no idea what some of them do. Anyway, there's an extremely rare creature called an angry dandelion. Just chilling. They only spawn on windy days, and somehow we managed to get one on like the edge of the biome. Lifeform analyzer already putting in work. But yeah, it won't show me things like if there is a mana flower next to me, which would be important information for right now, but I know what it looks like. I can find it. This is gonna be painful. I'd rather not deal with the mini eater worlds. I'm surprised I hit that. Yeah, if you hit the head, it hurts. Thank you. Abigail, I almost died. I freaking dashed and it caused me to take a lot more damage from falling. Wait, I didn't even think about it as a movement up. Another... Holy crap. This is a lot rarer than I'm making it seem. I promise. Might be a good day to go shiny hunting after the stream. Or maybe I've used up all my luck. Three angry dandelions in one day. I've only ever seen like 2 before today. Maybe I go for the angry dandelion banner. I go for all banners. All banners is like the hardest challenge in Terraria. As far as like collection challenges go, obviously beating all of Master Mode with like a wand of sparking is pretty difficult, or whatever. Beating all of Master Mode with a copper short sword, it's not even possible because a lot of the bosses simply have too much HP for the time allotted to fight them. So if you were doing natural progression, you wouldn't have enough time. Like if you gave yourself in-game accessories or whatever, it would kind of trivialize the whole thing anyway. I think for that challenge, it would be okay if you like used a Goblin Tinkerer in a different world to get better modifiers. As long as you had materials that realistically you would be able to obtain, even if they had to be like perfect RNG. Anyway, this is over. I completely forgot that I was here to go caving. Okay, so we're looking for mana flowers. I don't know why having the light be blue feels so different. That's actually really huge, because now I don't have to release torches every few minutes. Unfortunately, this cave is already reached. It's in. Never mind. I just have to do a small bit of digging. I don't mind, but it looks like there might not be more than that. To be honest. What if I somehow ran into like a glitch dungeon or a lizard temple and it was partially exposed and then it had a good item in the lizard chest that I don't know what exists in the lizard chest for me, but imagine. It just has Last Prism, I guess. If there's a hole in the lizard dungeon, you might as well go all in on the what if scenario. So where is the... Yes, capture taken, thank you. Okay, so it looks like going to the map does stop time. At least in single player, which does make sense. Okay, so what hole did I go down before? I haven't even been all the way through. I, like, passed the hole a minute ago. I got a hook. Let's go. I can finally make a grappling hook. Slime. Slimes in Dragon Quest versus slimes in Terraria. Master Mode. I guess slimes on Draconic Quest mode might be a bit painful, to be honest. This is not a mana flower. But I still wanted it anyway. it's not too much of a crime. I can safely say that I have yet to encounter a mana flower because I studied the picture very closely, so that way I would not miss it if I were to ever run into it again. You are important to cease existing. You didn't drop a vine? What was that? Did I just dash through, or did I get hit by something and had super knock? I think I just dashed through. There's no way something had that much knockback. Okay, you are a mana flower, right? No? I mean, I totally know what a mana flower looks like. Of course, I realized that that was not the mana flower I was searching for. Okay, be careful not to dash whenever you don't plan on dashing. Okay, so this is linked back up. It is of great importance that I do manage to find... Okay, this is a man-eater, not a snatcher. I do manage to find one of these flowers because it greatly buffs me. Okay, you did drop a line, let's go. The shine potion kind of sucks, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, there's like an obsidian room. I don't know what material this actually is. Is it obsidian? No, it's not obsidian. There is obsidian in the game, and this is not it. Oh boy, look at all that tempting tin there. I sure hope there isn't a trap to foil me for simply trying to grab a small bit of tin. It's very important that I grab it. So it would really be quite unfortunate if it was traps. This doesn't affect me. But there is actually a blood moon. That's so weird. That it's finally happened after like 10 hours of Terraria Master Mode. We've finally run into a blood moon. We got the 2 vines. Let's go. The question is now, how do I exit this prison that I've locked myself in? I think this is granite. This isn't what I normally think of when I think of granite, this color. Why don't I mind it? It is granite. Oh, thank you for showing me an interesting area. Silver carrying man-eater. I would not have spotted that without your help. Magic mirror, let's go. Loot all. You can finally throw these things away. It's also part of the cell phone. If you don't know, a magic mirror is basically just a recall potion, but infinite uses. So it does have a use. It's also a component for the cell phone. So if it didn't have a use before, it does then. I will no longer be able to make a grappling hook. I hope that my movement won't be too restricted from this decision. I didn't even think... So I know that the worm scarf, like I know what the worm scarf and the shield do. That's it. Like that's as far as my knowledge of expert mode items goes. The worm scarf is really good. I did not pick corruption for the worm scarf, but it is a bonus, as it offers the player a 10% dodge chance, right? Or it might even be higher than that. I think it got nerfed, but it was like 17% before. And then it got nerfed, and it's still really good. It beats the Brain of Cthulhu's item by far. It was not why I chose this world, but it is a reason to play on it. I could go still fight the Brain of Cthulhu, but I might save that for after Wall of Flesh, so that way it's just easy. Because I don't want to make an arena just to fight the Brain of Cthulhu with free Wall of Flesh items. But I do want to fight all the bosses on Master Mode still. I say that the Blood Moon doesn't really affect me because I'm underground, but it might increase spawn rates underground, which does kind of affect me. Anyway, there is like no mana flowers. This is why you build a tunnel underneath the jungle and then have the jungle grass grow you mana flowers automatically. That's not one. I will pop off if I see one, so you will be aware. Tungsten bar. I mean, might as well. Magic mirror. It's better than ninja stars, because anything is better than ninja stars, but I already have one. Now I'm gonna find like infinite now that I already have one, you know? I'm not dying to jungle slime. Spike jungle slime. Though they are quite dangerous. I refuse. Oh, one of those! It's been a while since I've seen one of these. They're like a jungle temple. I don't really know what they're called. But they're good. Flower boots is actually potentially huge. If it does what I think it does. I'm just gonna throw away those walls. Enter potion. Did you actually kill it, or did you just have, or did you just leave it alone? There we go. Granite elemental. What the heck is a different type of chest? Okay, we got it. I pick up every chest I see because I'm not crafting chests that I don't have to craft. Man, we're just finding all the magic mirrors now. Magic mirrors and a recall potion in the same chest feels bad. Please take care of that, Abigail. And my inventory is not liking this jungle expedition. Anyway, I think I do have to make the, or buy the Tinkerer's Table, but first, I finally reached a level where I can get jungle spores, so I'm going to go do that. Please place, please place. No, stop, get out of my inventory, I got a place. Okay. There we go. I gotta get a roof over my head so that way I'm not attacked. Okay, jungle spores are here. Take that. That's much better than a shine potion. What the... I don't even have the shine potion active anymore, but the difference is definitely noticeable. Also, none of these flowers on the screen are mana flowers. I still can't find it. How did I not pick up the jungle? Oh, I picked up mud. That makes sense. What happened to my night vision? I see how this works. That is a lot. If I take a step to the right, I die. Okay, they can hit me, they can hit me. Abigail, you gotta take care of those things. I just gotta get out of their way. They jumped. They realized they would be unable to hit me. I don't know how they hit me. Abigail, attack. You've already been chosen. Maybe if I place this, It will extend my night vision. So flower boots will instantly put a flower on the grass that I walk on, which has its uses, especially in the jungle. I don't think it gives you the golden heart flowers, golden heart fruit things that you need to increase your HP after all flesh, but okay, I gotta be careful because now you can hit me. Man, they're no joke. These thorns themselves are actually a bit of a danger now. Gotta be careful. Found a shotgun. And money. Sorry, a boomstick. I don't know how many spores I need. I'm just gonna have to throw these away. I can get jungle grass seeds whenever. Actually, it's not that hard. Okay, so let me see how many spores I need. Because there's a count. Okay, nature's gift, whatever. Where is the... jungle? Jungle armor. 32 jungle spores? I actually have all of what I need outside of the jungle spores because I need 32. There's some on the ground over there, but there's also some right here. It's not that they're, like, difficult to get, it's that it's a difficult place to be. Like, they're not necessarily the rarest thing. And they actually drop multiple of them in my hotbar here. What is that sound? Is that another Dr. Bones? I don't really know what else it would be. There's jungle spores, but they're guarded by 3 man-eaters. Wildborn time? Slice and have just a hitbox in their face. Let's do this and then get out some blocks for once. That way I can cover myself. Don't have to worry. I think that might be a mana flower. Might have finally found one. It's been a trip. I might have found the One Piece before I found this mana flower. That could also just not even be the mana flower. I'd be entirely wrong. It doesn't have the most distinct look. No, it was just background wall. It wasn't even the flower. Gotta get these hornets out of here. It's not gonna be a big issue. I just gotta dig. Like, I can't really deal with them. Just digging around in the jungle itself. Underground is quite the task. With man-eaters. If I were to try to upgrade it again, I would combat it using the Vile Thorn behind a nice wall, but seems to not want to do that. I don't blame it. Not want to try to seek out death either in this game. That was excruciatingly painful for my character. And kind of for me to watch. Why is the skeleton moving? What the heck? The skeleton will never be smoothing. You are excruciatingly painful as well. You have an aimbot. Oh my god. It didn't stop. It's not stopping. I thought that was a freaking turtle. I was gonna say, there's nothing I can do anymore. It was just over if that was a turtle. GG, well played. Anyway, there's so much stuff here I want. Why is it always a freaking magic mirror? Every single time now. I want the piano for the house. There's a golden chandelier. There's a king statue that does nothing, actually, but there's also a chest. There's good healing potions. I'm just gonna throw away the if I need to. Oh, armor statue. This freaking worm is digging inside my ear. Abigail, if you don't take that thing out on sight, you're fired. My inventory is beyond full. I'm about to be shot up by everything in existence. There's man-eaters that way. Okay, outside world scary. Very realistic in that way. Gold chandelier. I can get gold if I need it. The most important thing is the mana flower at this point. Like, I've almost got this armor done. Almost found 32 spores. That dropped 2 to 3 spores each time, but you know what I mean. I've almost found 32 and I still have yet to find this mana flower. I was hoping to see that and then jinx it and be like, oh, there it is. There's the mana flower. Finally, I thought you were a boulder, Abigail. Why do you scare me in that way? Okay. The beehive doesn't roll into you, which is nice. You can survive a beehive. You never really know with this game, to be honest. Okay, I do have a bucket on me. There is some honey nearby that I do want to pick up. At least a bucket. Not fighting Queen Bee at the moment. Just because I don't know how the boss fight will go. This is how you tunnel to a water source thing that has something that you want without risking flooding the entire cave. I hate whenever you hit the jump button once and you're at like an awkward angle and you end up jumping 2 times. I should have increased regen setting in honey right. Doesn't take much either. I already have quite a bit of regen. But these freaking drive-by hornets are a pain. I would like to grab a bucket of honey though. Get out the bucket. Okay, we got the bucket of honey. That's really good. It's more useful later than now, but it still has its uses. I can't cheese Moon Lord with it in Master Mode, I'm pretty sure. I'm assuming Moon Lord got buffed to the moon. They should buff Mage class to not require mana. Okay, that hurt them a lot more than it hurt me, because it did not hurt me at all. But you will hurt a lot. It's almost 2 AM. That's interesting. I was not expecting that to be the time when I took a glance. That's how I know I'm in Terraria mode. We're finally post Eye of Cthulhu, so we're gonna have fun. I wonder if that chest is trapped at all. I think it looks pretty normal to me. Definitely not any form of explosives underneath it in the slightest. Which one of them is real? Is the question. Oh my, oh, I thought that was another magic mirror. I was gonna say, there's the conspiracy. Confirmed. How do I not have my potions? Whatever, I'm throwing it away. Anyway, we did find another Eye of Cthulhu summon item, so I'll definitely be taking that. Goodbye, chains. I'll just have to make more. I already have a cloud and a bomb. There's no reason for me to have 3. I'm really bad about not throwing away accessories. Two explosives? One that usually is enough to finish off a person, but 2 can be seen as a bit 3! I didn't even see that one. I was looking at the iron ore, I wasn't even looking at that. There was a boulder, and I just barely dodged it. I did not see the boulder. I was not expecting that. It would be really funny if I took out every trap, but then still died to the boulder. Anyway, Dead Man's Chest is useless for me. I actually just don't like using them. That is why it is useless. Anyway, I need this iron because I threw away the chains, and I also am completely out of iron. Okay, now it's literally just the mana flower. No more excuses. Eyes peeled for the mana flower. The mana flower only. You only do 1 damage? Summoning builds. Easy dodge. Would it really be that broken for a summoning build to do like 20 damage with 3 summons all at once? I do want these cobwebs. I've been making so much stuff with the loom. I've made more stuff with the loom in this playthrough than like ever, because I usually just get a gold bed from the pirate invasions, and that's how I get a bed. But now I have actual reasons to craft a bed. Wait. There's another beehive? Okay, never mind, there's no bees. I wouldn't mind seeing a thing that's just like every time I use a mana flower at this point. I'm gonna have to craft a mana potion as well after this though. Which is the easy part. I think I already have all the materials to craft it. Because I kind of plan ahead on some things. I don't think I can loot this because I think something is shooting at me. I'm gonna try it anyway. Okay, I heard a shot. Pain? What's pain? Okay, there's a lot more pain. No, don't do it again. Freaking snipers, man. Oof, yes, we understand. 1 oof was sufficient. A duck statue? Man, my inventory is gonna hate me so much. I'm gonna have to get rid of like 999 ropes for a duck statue. I gotta fight 3 hornets just to get to this duck statue. Nope. It might not be possible now because I'm at 6 full HP. Might have to hit the end session button at the top right of my hotbar. My top right, I mean just the right, because there's only 1 level in my hotbar. Top right of my inventory. They do so much damage, man. Oh no. It's like between 3 hornets. 3. No. Okay, we're alive. That's pretty good. We're not alive for much longer, though, if that bat finds its way in here. Unless Abigail actually does something useful. I need the freaking Philosopher's Stone or whatever, so that way I have reduced time on potion sickness. This kind of jump is so annoying. There we go. You just have to take your time. Okay, we're like halfway to the duck statue. Just mine some iron, regenerate some HP. You can take 4 hits before one more hit to death. Although, poison will definitely not be a good thing. There's so many hornets. Keep them down if you can, because they don't really like the wild form. Oh my god, Abigail, you have one job. You had one job. Abigail, I'm losing ground. I gotta go up, Abigail. Oh my god, they're such good snipers. It's like the only position I can be in where they can't snipe me. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they can shoot directly down. There's a very cracked diagonal shot. That is possible, but now it should be pretty much impossible to hit me. If you are a hornet. I think I just have to regen the fool. It's a tough spot. There's not many correct answers and a lot of wrong ones. That was really good. Very intentionally. I was gonna not say unintentionally at all. They can shoot directly downward. It has been confirmed. Yeah, that man-eater is in the worst spot. Yo, I hit that. Okay, we got a torch down. It's pretty good. I don't know how I hit that rope. I'm not gonna lie. Okay, that was not at all where I thought I was aiming. Okay, the man-eater can't reach me. There's some DPS for once. That hurt. Why don't I just do this? Does it waste a lot of root? Why did I do that? Okay, we almost lost 100 HP. Getting shot at. Just gotta dodge. Place a torch. Please. I need to see. Okay, this was a very worthwhile risk. There's at least 3 chests and a duck statue. What else could he want? Outside of, you know, a mana flower that's been the entire purpose of being down here all day. But, you know, sometimes you have to make your own luck. And trade a bunch of water. Oh. It's like a freaking Hollow Knight boss with these kind of dodges. Weird Dark Souls. Gotta use those iframes on the roll. There's no iframes on these rolls, and there's only pain. That's more like a Cuphead roll. If you aren't playing with Smoke Bomb for whatever reason. Or Chalice. Oh my god, it doesn't end. I don't think I can live. I don't think I can live. I have to do some very careful water movement. Okay, there's no possibility I live. But I must. I would rather die here than to leave. Oh my god, they buffed the crap out of you? Oh no. No, get out of here. Why did it go that way? Oh my god. Okay, okay, it's just a Toho boss fight. It's just a Toho boss fight. No! Oh no, that's just so much money. Oh god, there's so many. Why is the jungle like this, dude? Oh my god, I hate the jungle so much. And then of course, as soon as it's freaking daytime, as soon as I spawn, so then I can't get all the cool stuff. On my roof. My inventory is the biggest mess of all time because I'm in the freaking underground jungle for 50 minutes without touching a chest, so of course my inventory is gonna be full. Controversial opinion, but I think that's better. You know what? I'm just gonna put a chest down so that way I can go back and get my stuff because I don't want it to despawn. I think it can only despawn if it's on screen, but I honestly don't know. I really need the money. I need a depositable. Okay. Yeah, I'm fine with depositing all. Well, there is one thing I need. Why did they put it upside down? Okay. Oh, I just realized they took the... Oh, no, they didn't. Okay, the D-pad just does nothing. Yeah, I need to set the D-pad back to be the quick buffs and stuff. Because that's how it used to be in Terraria. At least with my previous control scheme. That makes a lot more sense than using like left stick and then having nothing else, because quick potion is gonna be huge. And potentially quick mana at this rate, because I can't find a freaking mana flower to save my life, literally. Literally in this case. Okay. Abigail, you have one singular job, and it's to keep them away from me and all on you. I have to go so deep in the underground jungle again, just for a shot of finding my stuff. I don't remember the pathing at all. I know it's not here, but this is literally the worst slope of all time. Thank you, World Gen. Very cool. Why did it do that? Okay, we did it. I really need to put a rope there. But I won't. The good thing about this Shield of Cthulhu is that it instantly initiates running speed. Like I instantly get the Hermes Boots effect. I know those weren't important. All we're looking for is a mana flower and 14 gold coins. Everything else is just temporary. Oh my god. Leave me alone. I'm busy. Gotta go around because I missed it. I was just gonna dig within every single enemy in the game. It's like, hey, you shouldn't dig there. It's kind of rude. So then I didn't. God, it's literally pitch black. What the heck? There's just a chest over there? I can't deal with that right now. Oh my god, a hornet. We're just gonna have to go. We just gotta go. There's money on the line, literally in this case. Get out of the piranha water. Whenever I hit the jump button, you do a single jump, not a double one. If time is money, then money is always on the line in these types of situations. Okay, just dodge the hornet. The hornet countered me by positioning. Fair enough, fair enough. Oh my god. I can't deal with you mentally. Just simplify, Abigail. You gotta make it simplify. Get rid of the queen. Just simplify the board so that way you get an easy win. Actually, getting rid of the queen when simplifying is probably the worst idea. Oh my god, every time I jump, it double jumps. And then I expect to have my double jump, but no. I did not have my double jump. Why do you cease existing? Okay. This has been the most chaotic Terraria death run I've ever done. Okay, please just grab a ledge. Just grab a single ledge. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why? It's not possible. I gotta kill it. Oh my god, it's impossible to see. No, this is the worst case scenario. Oh my god, it doesn't end. It does not end. It refuses to end. Just leave me alone. I just gotta get my stuff back. Abigail, I swear, if you cannot kill this singular hornet. Oh my god. My stuff's gonna be all despawned now. I didn't even realize I'm at the bottom of the pit again. Oh my god, just... Oh my god. The grappling mechanics are too good. Please just kill this. Thank you. Oh my god, there's cobwebs. My stuff is literally right there, man. I'm so close, but so far at the same time because of all the freaking enemies on my screen all simultaneously wanting me dead. Why is my HP at 0? I was literally hit by one stinger, and then my HP is 0. Oh my god! No! Not the bees! Even worse than the bees, I got the freaking bat effect. Oh my god, it does not end. It simply refuses to end. No! I'm dead. God. Why? Why can it just end? I just want my... It's gonna despawn. This is so incredibly painful. There's literally nothing I can do. I should have just made jungle armor before I left. I didn't even think about it. God. I can't fight them. They're too far away. I can't see where they are. And by the time that I see where they are, they've already moved way out of my reach. My projectiles are too slow, man. God. Can I make a campfire? Why would I? To do anything like that. might be wondering why I didn't do this. It's because there's gonna be another freaking thing. Well, it's 2 man-eaters on top of it. Let's go. Right in the freaking hole. Like, that's the perfect distance. It's right in the hole. This is so incredibly tilting. It's literally perfect distance. It's min-max just to screw me over. You gotta love it. Okay, we did get the money back at least. Holy crap. I should cut my losses here, but I am greedy. No more water movement. Only ground. We're only dealing with the ground now. We will conquer this place. We will get these 2 water chests. I will literally die trying. All I have to do is build a hut around myself, and then I will be completely protected from any outside force. Why is it in that? Okay, we're halfway there. We're halfway. We were actually like much more than halfway. As soon as we got the roof, it was over. I don't even care that that was the most garbage route of all time. Oh my god, that was one of the most frustrating things I've ever done in this game. Literally everything was out to prevent me from doing that. Every, like, conceivable bad case scenario just kept happening. It just kept spawning more and more and more wasps. It's still at spawning them. Or hornets, I don't even care. You're gonna be called incorrectly. Be mad. I kinda want the shoe statue. I got the duck statue. I gotta get the shoe statue to put the Terra Spark boots next to it for the flex. Do I risk 14 plus gold, 16 gold for a flex? It's the current predicament. Well, now there's no risk. It's just reward. Okay, finally back on terra firma, compared to whatever that was. Please kill the slime. Thank you. Where did you put the shirt? Where did you put it? It crafted it, right? Hold on, let me deposit it all. Because there shouldn't have been an inventory slot for it. Where did it go? Tell me it wasted the freaking slot. How did that even... Oh no, it just dropped it on the ground. Okay, I was about to not be okay. Actually higher defense than what I had. Actually no downsides. Why did I have a great pressure plate? Hey, we got the hard-fought duck statue. One of the most hard-fought things I've ever done in Terraria. That will go on this side, because the armor is apparently gone. There will be a piano room later. For now, I'm just gonna put it here. And even interact with it. It's just purely decorational item. Have I improved that significantly? Well, before I try it out, let me just go ahead and do something a bit normal. Why did I dash? It was a bad dash. It's not what I should have done in that situation. I have 340 mana. I'm just gonna fight them over here so that way they don't get in the way of the NPCs. If I die here, I don't really care. I just wanted to see if I could beat this without any bots now. $348 mana is nothing to scoff at. There's so many stars falling. None of them are hitting that high. Okay, remember, there is a dodge now. And they caught my dodge. Look at this bobbing and weaving, bobbing. Slime! Oh my god, I'm getting bodied by a slime. Hey nurse, funny question. Thank you for answering my little weird question that I had. Add 2 more seconds of mana quota, give me a break. Just remember your non-existent dodge training. Okay, just run. You're just stalling for time. You're just stalling. Okay, time stalled effectively. We did it. No NPC death. Eye of Cthulhu. I mean, I can just do it again. If it's that easy. Now NPCs are gonna die though. I didn't really think about that too much, but... The Eye of Cthulhu's shield actually makes such a huge difference. It's such good for dodging this specific boss. It's the fact that it can't really touch me here. Instant Hermes boots as well. I say it can't touch me and then I get hit by it every time, but mostly just due to the Servant of Cthulhu placement. If this was actually an arena or whatever, like I went inside my base to fight a bit because kind of like an arena. It's not the worst place for this fight. As soon as it transitions to phase 2, I could go for a nurse heal. Okay, yeah, let's get some weighing. It's important that we... No! I wasn't expecting it. I wasn't ready at all. Okay, nice. Sorry, we're killing some NPCs. This freaking hole in the desert's gonna body me. Okay, no NPCs dead. Mario, welcome to the party. And the NPCs are like full health. Honestly, the fact that I'm at full health is pretty impressive. Okay, it's just wild form time. That is the least effective way to do that in history. Okay, let's go, Shield of Cthulhu. Oh, I got stuck on further and I got hit. The last hitbox of that. Please regenerate me mana in 2 seconds. Why do you take so long? Whenever you use mana, there's a cooldown before the regeneration can start. It seems like. Is my main issue, so I just have to stall for time. I got zombies are spawning. Can you see I'm busy? Okay, it's just gonna be dash through and quickly not kill the guide mode. Snuck up on me there. I'm glad it's despawned. It's like I'm not too surprised, honestly. I just don't have the mana. I can get... Oh, let's go! It got killed by the freaking star. Yes, we got the Eye of Cthulhu mask. Oh, we got the pet item. I didn't realize it had rare pet drops. The glasses at least show my face, so I'll be wearing them. But, yeah, rare pet item as well. I don't know how rare. It's probably not super rare or anything, but we now have 2 friends around. Oh, look at that. There's a pair of aviator glasses inside my floor. I guess that one's not really mine, that's more of the die trader's floor, but... It's like I'm a landlord that doesn't charge rent. No, I didn't want those stars anyway. Anyway, we have 2 more Eye of Cthulhu relics, but they're honestly not worth having around. But they do sell pretty nicely. Lucky Spiked. Spiked is pretty good. Lucky, honestly, isn't that bad. Anything's better than that. Plus 2% damage, or plus 4 crit chance. I think 2%, let's see if that changes this to 25. It does, so I will actually go for that. Perfect time in Gallius. What have you got today? A revolver. Magic hat. That's technically not bad, but it's not something that I necessarily need. But I do know a place for it that does actually need it. The hat rack is now complete. All this demonite's gonna be really good for money, but I actually do want to keep some around just in case I don't have enough for a pickaxe. I mean, I can go check here, so demonite pickaxe, let's see what it costs really quickly. Demonite pickaxe Terraria. The Nightmare Pickaxe. It's more formally known. What can... or what's its cost? I don't care what it can mine. 12 bars and 6 shadow skills. Shadow skills being the drop from the Eater of Worlds. Currently we have 16, so I only need 6 of that. I don't know how to split items without potentially dropping a bomb, so not even gonna try. It's happened before, I'm not taking any chances. I'm gonna sell this, and this one too, because the money's nice. I'm not making demonite armor. I already have like the best armor I can get before Eye of Cthulhu. Somewhat unfortunately and somewhat fortunately. Or not Eye of Cthulhu, I keep saying Eye of Cthulhu instead of Wall of Flash. I've been in pre-Eye of Cthulhu mode for so long that I've begun confusing the two. Only by name. Can I, like... oh yeah, quick stack is what I want. I'm just gonna put those under there. That's not how I normally organize things, but... 12 holy arrows, I'm just gonna throw those away. I could just... wait, I can sell them. Always think of profit first. I can sell all of these, because all are now useless. And I can do some reforging. I can save the money and invest it properly. But I think I want to do something more fun. So before I do this, while I'm thinking about it, let me see. Okay, it does have use. I didn't actually know that you could do that till now. But that's right, I have created a violent fart in a jar. Don't want to be near this thing whenever it goes off. Fortunately, violent is not very good for my build. Neither is rash. Honestly, hard is not good either. Can you stop giving me hard? Hey, that I will take. A menacing fart in a jar. We at 26? Oh, we're at 26 damage. Okay, Goblin Tinkerer, I've got one more thing for you to reforge, at least. One. Please give me something good. That's all I could ask for. I mean, from this point on, it's just min-maxing. I will actually take this. The aglet is so fast. What is this used in? Flower boots? Crafting? Show me what flower boots make. Fairy boots. Okay, so how does one make fairy boots? I know that I at least need this. I thought there was something to do with another item as well. Give me accessories. I don't have another cloud in a bottle! I thought I had like 3. Can I make it with a fart in a bottle? But my fart is such a good fart. I don't think I can. I can go ask the guide. Hey Dylan, are you aware if a fart can be used to make rocket boots? Oh, it's not done via fart or cloud. I see. I can already make that. I just have to replace my map. Fleeting. Mana is really nice. That is my entire fortune. It's actually more than that. Why is that so much money? I get a cut of this, right? I'm giving you rent-free housing. No. That's... Wait, I have money. Okay, it's not enough money. RIP. I was hoping for literally anything else other than that. That was the worst case scenario. I now grow flowers everywhere though, so that's good. Do I have something I can sell for money? I mean, what else am I going to use tungsten for? I already have one pair of the aviators, I don't need 2 more. Okay. Please. You know what? You gotta take what you can get sometimes, and that's better than melee attack speed, for sure. And now there can just be flowers everywhere. Is it super useful? No, but it's also not an inconvenient thing to have happen. Although it might drop the frame rate on the Switch in the rain, maybe. There could be a chance. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I'm probably going to end things here for now since it's like 2:30 a.m. And then in the next one, we'll set up the arena. I didn't think it would take me so long to not find a mana flower, but I did not find a mana flower, I'm realizing now. But yeah, we'll look for that, set up the arena and stuff. If I stream this again tomorrow, I might wait a day and stream another game that I'm playing, like Kingdom Hearts or something. But yeah, it's very late. My voice is kind of dying too. So, gonna be ending things here for now, because we'll see everyone in the next one.